Good afternoon, and a very warm welcome from me. Very good to see a full house and as much interest in this event. A very warm welcome to this conference on European competitiveness and economic security, and a special warm welcome to Commissioner Thierry Breton, the perfect person to really kick us off this afternoon. Not only, of course, being the commissioner responsible for the internal market, but also with a very significant background in relevant topics to the conference today, not least in the private sector, which will play an important role. This conference kicks off an EPC project on economic security, where we are intending to deepen our work on this topic. We think it is one of the key transitions which the European Union will need to go through in the coming years. And there will be a framing paper published next week, which will also take into account the discussions today. It is a topic which we think should be very high on the agenda of the next political cycle. But more needs to be done to discuss how exactly we define economic security and how it can be achieved and how it can be reconciled with other objectives at the European level, not least competitiveness, as we have put in the title for this conference. Achieving greater economic security will be very challenging. The next political cycle will continue to be dominated by the perma-poly crisis, with Russia's war on Ukraine continuing in many ways in an even more worrying phase at this moment in time, with, of course, also a conflict in the Middle East and the geopolitical and geoeconomic consequences that is having also for Europe. There are the other fundamental transitions Europe has to go through. Of course, climate change remains very much on the agenda. Digitalization, or more broadly, technology, remains a significant new challenge, which probably is even more on the agenda given recent technological developments, including AI. We also have the demographic transition, one which isn't often mentioned, but which is also changing our economies fundamentally and our societies. All of this is taking place in a context of a fragmented and polarized global and domestic landscape. Everyone has already emphasized that we are facing a mega election year with some very challenging election potentially coming throughout the year, which has meant that the beginning of this year really has been characterized, at least from what I've seen, much more by fear and worry than I've seen in previous years. So my wish really has been that the worst expectations will not come true for this year. But I think we have to be brutally honest. We live in a hugely risky, a hugely challenging, and a hugely complex environment. And we will need to do a lot more transnational strategic thinking to address the challenges we face. So where does economic security sit in all this? On the one hand, it's clearly one element of addressing these challenges. It is clearly a need when we look at the geopolitical and geoeconomic situation. But on the other hand, it's very difficult to deal with in a context of so many interrelated challenges with trade-offs between them. Economic security is a public good, but a public good also means that somebody has to pay for the public good. And who is going to pay for that? How do we deal with the political consequences, the distributional consequences that has? It will require more investment in a situation where investment already is stretched and where we have many different priorities which we have to achieve at the same time. And it will have trade-offs, not least with competitiveness and with climate change, but maybe there are also synergies we can draw on. So how do we reconcile openness with more protection? How do we move to a situation where the political economy of economic security works at the domestic level, at the EU level, and at the international level? And particularly at the EU level, we have to bear in mind that we are facing a trilemma, that we continue to be in a situation where member states insist on acting at the national level, but at the same time, we're intervening more and more in markets, which means that in the end, we are risking the great achievements we have at the European level, not least the single market. So to address all of this, very glad to have the commissioner here. I'm very much looking forward to the discussion. I know we have a couple of questions afterwards as well, but we'll start off with your keynote speech. I'm very glad to have you here, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good to be with you today. Thank you very much for your invitation, and thank you also to allow me to start the year while addressing this very important speech. Hopefully, that's why it may be a bit long. I will be very careful on what I will say, like always, because of course we are in a special moment. For everything you just mentioned, geopolitical situation. 2024 is the year of all dangers, but also all opportunities. And that's why ahead of of course, very important mid-year elections, I would like to thank you to give me this opportunity to share some view again a few months away from the European elections. The past 4 years have taught us is that we need definitely more Europe, not less Europe, because everything we achieved was because of the crisis, you call it perma crisis. We have been able to overcome situations because of more Europe together. And our fellow citizens, of course, will go to polls, but again, we will have to cope probably with more crises. And in these extremely disruptive times, as you just recalled rightly so, a few minutes ago, like, of course, pandemics, climate change, migration, geopolitical instability everywhere, big question mark, especially in the US, but not only. Cost of living. Some political movements are exploiting citizens' concern or discontent with easy anti-establishment catch phrases. And in the face of the citizens' legitimate concern, there are basically two possible paths: fear or courage. Fear is the extremist. It's a reflex that has been for us with us for decades. Fear of economy, get out of the euro. Fear of migration, exit Schengen. Fear of unemployment, close the borders. We know the story, and it's still here. And we will have to fight against during the next few months. How? With courage. Courage means always at the EU level working on solution. And it's not easy, but it is our governance. This is our democracy. working on a common solution among the 27, which reinforce each member state. Anyway, I've been taught myself governance, which for a few years is pretty helpful in this kind of job. Maybe even more important than having been a CEO, even if. Of course, because the succession of crisis has shown that no major problem could be solved by one single member state. And we learned this, but we should not forget it. Of course, it is one thing to say that we need European solution, but like always, execution makes a difference. This is what you learn as a CEO. And implementing it is really what we need and what makes a difference. So allow me to outline, maybe to frame a little bit our discussion today, 3 key areas in which we have developed Europe resilience and also competitiveness before turning some sort of what still lies ahead of us for the next mandate. First, I would like to speak of new tools for investment in the markets and technologies of the future. You will a bit cover this. We all know that over the past few years, we have worked on the policy framework and investment needed for a strong reindustrialization of Europe and our industrial base, but also, of course, in the markets of the future. This is our first pillar. Or put it in a simpler way, we wanted a more competitive Europe that export its product, but not its jobs. First, I would like to remind us that Europe is definitely and continue to be a scientific powerhouse. By the way, we produce 1/5 of the top 10% most cited scientific publication on this planet. And of course, Europe is leading in key technologies, such as advanced manufacturing, but we needed to do more to respond to the ambition of leading not only in research, but also on commercial uptake, and not only on the markets of today, but of course of the markets of tomorrow. And this is why we have, let's say, worked upstream on the Critical Raw Material Act, just to ensure to be able to secure abundant access to raw materials, which are so important, of course, for our twin transition, digital and green, but also for our space or defense industry. And downstream, we worked to something totally new also, which was the European Chip Act. And that's really something totally new, brand new, to tell you the truth. When I joined the Commission, we had not the idea to do it, but we realized that we had to do it, and we find a way to do it, including with the money, which was mandatory to support it. Something now for our Clean Tech Act or Net Zero Industry Act to help Europe, again, to build its industrial leadership, both in digital and clean tech industries. So together, these 3 innovative pieces, critical raw materials, and then Net Zero Industry and Chip Act, will help us to ramp up Europe manufacturing capacities very quickly, like no other EU instruments has done before. First, we focused a lot on simplifications, and we wanted also to have a shock of simplification, which is embedded into this act. For example, we all have in mind short permitting deadlines, one-stop shop and regulatory sandboxes also by, of course, facilitating easy access to finance for strategic projects. Not to mention also our work to unlock the potential of industrial data in Europe, which is a big revolution ahead of us. To build also it has been painful, but we did it. An AI powerhouse. By the way, I never saw so much lobby in my life than during this 36-hour final negotiation, but we are used to it, and we overcome the situation. Another area where it helps maybe to have been a CEO in this field, but also Minister of Finance. You're Minister of Finance, you have internal lobbies. But still, sorry to speak about my experience. But experience is important in these very difficult and challenging times. I wanted also to mention everything that we do now in cloud, that we do and we will do even more in quantum technologies, of course, to make also Europe, which is extremely important, a supercomputing power. We don't speak enough about that, but with your HPC, we have the largest and biggest capacity of computing power available for our companies and startups. That's amazing. No other places in the planet where we have concentrated so much computing power. And we know, for example, when you look at what happened, for example, in AI, that computing power is one of the key elements. And if you don't get it, you're becoming a vassal on the one who provide the computing power. Suivez mon regard. I don't want to mention anyone. So for us, it will be available, including for startups. By the way, with 2 exascale computers or supercomputers in the top 3 worldwide installed in Europe under the joint leadership of the European Commission and member states. So I wanted also to mention how we have mobilized entire value chains. You know, I call it sometimes also industrial ecosystems. It's very important that, of course, we are considering now our ecosystems, industrial ecosystems. When I joined the Commission, of course, we had industrial sectors, but always with the same usual suspect coming to see me. Big company and their lobby. You have good lobbies, you have other lobbies installed in Brussels for big companies. So we decided, of course, to reshape the, let's say, way we address the internal market with this industrial ecosystem to make sure that we don't forget anybody, including SMEs, Mittelstand, NGOs, unions, academic organizations, and so on, what we call stakeholders at large. And of course, thanks to this, we have built also something which is extremely important to establish a vision, a clear vision together within all this industrial ecosystem through, for example, industrial alliances. And we did this in chips, as you know, cloud, batteries, solar, or even small modular nuclear reactors. So the second thing I wanted to address is how we should secure our supply chain and then start to speak about economic security. So needless to say, Europe does not operate in a vacuum. And which is, again, why we needed this second pillar in our approach. We all know that new risks are emerging as a result of increasing geopolitical tensions, uneven global economic integration, and also profound technological shift. We don't speak enough of this, but the actual, of course, we speak of some of this, but it's covering a lot of different fields. We have learned that we are heavily dependent on critical raw materials from China, and also recently, until recently, fossil fuels from Russia. We have also learned that our supply chains were vulnerable to actions by even our closest ally. I will never forget that when I was in charge of the vaccine strategy, and that one day I realized that a lot of our European factories, our goal, of course, was to increase drastically the capacity of production of vaccines, especially mRNA, but not only in Europe, to deliver what was needed for our fellow citizens. We had a lot of factories in the US which were just blocked by the US administration until the herd immunity will be achieved in the US. By the way, it was not the Trump administration, it was the Biden administration. So America first is a concept which will probably continue one administration after the other one. But that's okay. I mean, we have to deal with it. That's it. And this is why I came back to the college and said, look, our factories are blocked. We cannot import the key components that we are manufacturing in the US in our own factories. So we need to have a reciprocity tool. And it was a difficult discussion in the college, but I won. And at the end of the day, we have been able to have this reciprocity just to reopen the supply chains. And it's my following weeks with my weekly meetings that I had with Jeff Zients. He was at that time, he was not the chief of staff of President Biden, which he is now, but he was the head of US task force for vaccine. He's a good friend of mine now. But at that time I said, we had weekly meetings and trying to see what we can do. And I blocked some capacities that was needed in US companies located somewhere in Netherlands. And I said, yeah, what happened? We need drug substance here. I said, yes, I know. But what happened? I blocked it. What? Yes, because you blocked mine. But yeah, it's blackmail. Yes. This is what you are doing to me. No, it's impossible. No, this is the way it is. Let's discuss it. And we will open our supply chains. That's a new world we are in, at least to be prepared for it. And I will always prefer to discuss this not in a crisis, but in a lesson learned. And by the way, I do this with our US friends. Say, look, we learn. What do we do? But I was also in China 2 months ago or 6 weeks ago. And I started to say also the same thing, to say the same thing to our Chinese counterparts, saying, look, because they did the same. It was for masks, it was for other components, chemical components, and so on. I said, let's decide what does it mean to be now in an environment where the new geopolitics of supply chains is important, and how we can now handle it, at least prepare for it in between non-crisis zone. So that's what we learned. That's what we decided where we decided to adapt also our new rules. And I want to tell you this very clearly. Europe is and will remain an open continent, and of course a major destination for foreign investment. Of course, including for China. But of course, we need to find a way to rebalance, at least to send the message that we are ready and we know and we have the tools to rebalance if necessary our relations based on the principle of reciprocity. And this is what we called more or less de-risking our economy, which is, by the way, a precondition to any competitiveness agenda. Again, it is about this new geopolitics of supply chain. It is about the resilience of our supply chains. We will continue. We will not do everything in Europe. US will not do everything in US. China will not do everything in China, of course. But we need to draw the lessons of the crisis we had to cope with. It's also about the physical and cyber security of critical infrastructure. We can speak about pipelines, we can speak about undersea cables, but also electronic communication networks. And it's about also preventing risk to technological security and leakages. Through espionage, for example, that could undermine Europe's competitive edge, but also peace and security, and especially through dual-use technologies. And it is also about protecting ourselves against the now well-known risk of weaponization of our economic dependencies or economic coercion by third countries. And unfortunately, we have examples, including here in Europe. So in short, economic security is the antonym of naivety. So we just have to design our rules and regulation not to use it, but for them to be ready. Because I don't wish to myself or my successors to go in the same process I had to go when I had to deal with the vaccine crisis. And to make this strategy operational, we have already identified 10 areas of critical technologies, critical for our economic security, especially due to the risk of civil and also military fusion. Out of those 10, we consider that 4 were most likely to present now the most sensitive and immediate risk. Advanced semiconductors, of course, many examples. Some we can talk, some we cannot talk. Artificial intelligence, quantum, and biotechnologies. We are now finalizing, by the way, a detailed collective assessment with member states of the level of and nature of the risk of these 4 technologies in order to inform any potential measures to promote, partner, or protect of any of these technologies area. We need also to continuously monitor our critical technologies, assess also our risk exposure, and as when necessary, take measures to preserve our strategic interest and our security. And to do so, we need to enhance our existing toolbox and reflect also on the need of additional economic security instruments. We are reflecting on ways to improve the functioning of our foreign direct investment screening and export control systems, mitigate technology leakages, and also increase research security, as well as whether it is time to consider any scrutiny of investment that flow out of Europe to third countries, and we will present our proposal in the following weeks. But let me be again here very clear, if you allow me. This is not the protectionist pillar of our competitive agenda. On the contrary, we also need to enhance cooperation with our partners. Building economic security should be a joint project. And again, I engage myself with the US and with China on this very matter. We must again engage, yes, with all of them. For example, also with the G7, also thanks to our Global Gateway initiative, and also never forgetting all the stakeholders involved. And in this respect, I'm personally particularly pleased with the progress we have made with these partnerships. We concluded 9 partnerships on raw materials today that will allow us to, let's say, diversify supply chains. And we have concluded also digital partnerships with Japan, Korea, South Korea, Singapore, Canada, and we have other in the pipelines. Now, the third point I wanted to address is how to, let's say, modernize through all this, the single market. So, because a competitive and economically secure European Union requires a very strong single market, these are 2 sides of the same coin. And these past few years, we made, I should say, huge progress in adapting the single market first to the digital age, to simplify its day-to-day functioning to the benefit of our citizens and also businesses. For example, with a single digital gateway, our citizens and also our SMEs no longer need to resubmit documents in different countries. Of course, we worked extremely hard to have now, let's say, a global, a coherent digital market, thanks to with the regulations that we finally put in place. Same regulation for every member states, same rules. Not one country better than the other one to settle. I speak, of course, of the Data Act. I speak of the DGA. Of course, I speak of the DSA. I speak of the DMA. And I speak also, of course, of the AI Act. And now, finally, we are a coherent, very large digital market 1.5 bigger than the US. It's always important to have this in mind. The largest of the free world, and easy to access for non-European companies. Rules are clear, and easy to benefit from European companies everywhere in Europe with the same rules for everybody. There's been quite a journey, but it's behind us. And we have, yes, organized a single market in data, again, for the benefit now, finally, of all startups, companies. And we know that because we had a very fragmented market at the beginning of this century, we missed the first wave of this data revolution, which was the personal data, which ended up with huge companies in the US having access immediately to 330 million eyeballs times 2, or China, but not for us. For industrial data, it's done. Personally, I think that it will be the best place to invest, and also to make research and to develop new applications, including, by the way, in AI, where we have, I just remind you, 0 obligations for development, 0 obligation for R&D, 0 obligation for open source. So best place to invest and easy access to computing power, some basic rules on risk, what you can do, what you cannot do. So what comes next? At this Commission's political mandate, I would like to not to draw maybe a few concluding remarks reflecting on our future. And while we all look forward to the report of the single market, or I should say the reports, we have a lot of former prime minister in Italy, and we are lucky because they are extremely good, and we are very happy to keep them busy. So at least 2 of them, my friend Mario Draghi, that I know for decades, my other friends from Enrico Letta, they're working on a very interesting report on the competitivity and competitiveness of the internal market, but which is important, of course. We need all input to continue to improve it. It's a never-ending fight, even if we did a lot already, but we need to continue to enhance it. But first, I would like to say that more seriously that yes, we need to further improve our single market in key areas of European competitivity and competitiveness. I'm thinking, for example, of something which is extremely important. We spoke about the digital market. We spoke about the digital transition. But in order to do this, we need infrastructure. And of course, I'm a former CEO of a huge telco operator. And I know very well that the regulation I had to apply was a regulation inherited of the time where incumbents were holding copper networks and they had to open it for competition. This is still the rules we are in, except that we have no copper networks anymore. So the question is, here also, what do we need in terms of infrastructure to support all the benefit of the digital transition? And behind this, of course, what should be the investment that we need? How to make Europe an appealing case where private investors will be happy to reinvest in infrastructure, which is not the case anymore, because we don't have any visibility, any view. And this is where I decided to launch a very broad consultation with all stakeholders involved, like everything I did since I'm a commissioner, or always starting like that. We're in the process to finalize it, just to have a same vision. What is a network today and for the next 10 years, supporting all the applications which will enhance drastically our competitivity, creativity, innovation, and so on. Of course, software as a network, edge, everything, computers, big computers, supercomputers embedded into networks, including in your street or whatever. I mean, this is a very important discussion that we have now. And of course, we need to have to say that, yes, in Europe, we know what we want to do. Of course, we want to do this with public money. We want to make sure that private investors will be happy with the way they could invest in Europe in this area. And believe me, if we don't do this, we will lose competitivity. Other parts of the world, either fully regulated like in China or differently like in the US, we will lose the battle. So that's a very important moment for us and for our competitivity because, of course, it addresses so many areas, almost all areas of our economic environment. So I will be presenting a white paper on this after all this very large consultation. End of March. Probably I will love to propose a new act. We call it DNA, Digital Network Act. Alors, will I be happy to have another 2 more years to finalize it? Yes, of course. But July is not the end of the game. Huh? We will start with a new mandate. But at least I think it's important. It's very important to have this now. Important of course, for us, important for companies, important for investors to know that we are taking this extremely seriously. And believe me, all the players are waiting for that. And we need to demonstrate that, yes, we are moving forward. And we want here, without any taboo, to take the right decision, like we did, by the way, for the CHIP Act, for example, or for the Net Zero Industry Act, with 3 pillars: research, innovation, accelerating procedures, and also investment. So that's something that I wanted to mention, which is extremely important for our competitiveness. But we also need to consolidate our internal energy market. And as we saw during the energy crisis, only a European response can ensure security of supply. I remember that when we started, for example, for 2 countries I know best, France and Germany. My friend, the Vice Chancellor, Robert Abeck, told me, but look, Thierry, you are very happy with our coal energy plants because we can export electricity. And it's true that in France, they had a lot of problems with nuclear. I had a lunch 2 days ago with Robert, and I said, look, Robert, now you're happy with French being able to export nuclear energy because you need it. So that's called Europe. Huh? I mean, one day is this, one day is that, but solidarity, and we are here, and we deliver and help each other. But that's extremely important to be extremely serious on this. Progressing well, and I'm confident that we'll be able to finalize it. We made huge progress also with the electric market design reform, but of course we need to go further to better integrate renewable and nuclear energy, to bring them from the new centers of decarbonized production, of a new center of consumption. By the way, I congratulated Germany because they increased drastically their renewable capacity. Now it's more than 50%, but we need to continue and to push and to help. And of course, the key question will be here to build and design, build and deliver the right infrastructure. And we know that we're talking of huge investment here, coming to your point, huge investment. Enormous progress to make also in speeding up the capital markets union. And this has now become, I believe, one of the main obstacles to our competitiveness. And we need to enable more private investment here also to facilitate access to market for startups, SMEs, small businesses, but also finance, as we said, the immense needs and ambition for the transition, the twin transition that we are in Europe. And I believe we should explore the idea of providing contract guarantees at EU level to de-risk private investment in key green and digital technologies. It's very useful, cheap, but we need to do this at a European level. Our single market also needs to help Europe bring its excellence from what I call lab to fab. Because today, being a research and innovation powerhouse does not always translate into commercial leadership. And what we have done with the CHIP Act, for example, is again very good example on how to address this very problem. We managed to ensure true research and innovation coordination in order to anticipate benefiting, by the way, all 27 member states, to anticipate and prepare all new technologies, future innovation at large scale areas, and of course, Europe excellence. And there are lessons to be drawn here on how to broaden our approach, European approach agenda, and how it could be built on this approach and expand to other essential sectors and technologies. And of course, we also something which is very important, and you will hear a lot about this, and especially in the next mandate, this one, but also the next one, consolidating our internal defense market. That's a huge challenge ahead of us. Necessity, vital, we will do it. It's a prerequisite. It's now everybody understand that it's a prerequisite for security. By the way, very honestly, I'm working on this even before I was a commissioner. I worked on the European Defence Funds starting 2016. It's working well. But I never thought we could move so fast now into this area. But to be honest, we had two triggers. The first one was when we realized when President Trump was elected, and I mentioned yesterday publicly that I remember very well the first meeting we had with Ursula von der Leyen and him at Davos, when he said to Ursula von der Leyen, "You owe me $400 billion. What? Yes, because you didn't pay." He was addressing Ursula as a German. "You didn't pay what you had to pay, the German, to NATO. 2%, not 1. And we paid the defense. And by the way, NATO, we don't know if we stay, and if Europe is under attack, do your job." It was a wake-up call. It was 4 years ago, yes. It may come back. That's a trigger. Of course, we need to reinforce ourselves within NATO, but we need to increase drastically and quickly our, at least, defense industry pillar. Second trigger, of course, the war in Ukraine, where, of course, we did fantastically well. We deliver everything we could in our stocks. And now, of course, we need to refill the stocks. We need to increase our defense base. We did it, by the way, for ammunition. I took the commitment personally that within a year, we increase our industrial capacity of producing ammunition over 1 million shells in a year. It's done. It will be done as planned. I said March last year. It will be done March this year. So yes, we will increase. We have increased the capacity of production to produce 1,155, 120 everything ammunitions. But of course, now we need to make sure that member states put pressure on their own defense industry locally, that everything which is produced in Europe goes to Ukraine. Today it's not the case, but it's not in my hands. I'm not a member state. I'm just a commissioner. This is in the hand of member states. And we need to make sure that they will do it. It's true that sometimes you make a little bit more money if you serve other markets, like in the Middle East or wherever. But this should be a priority for member states. We deliver what we have to deliver. And by the way, we'll continue. Thanks to ASAP, we'll finalize in the coming weeks the one who will be able to benefit from the ASAP program, and we'll be able to increase probably around 1.4 million capacity of production at the end of this year, and continue to increase to be at par with Russia sometime next year, which is for me, in charge of European defense industry, something that is, let's say, the vision that I have. We need to be at par, at least, and we are already in many areas, or even much better, with Russia, including to make sure that when time will come, and nobody knows when it will come. It is only in the hand of Volodymyr Zelensky and Putin to start to discuss. If time comes, it is mandatory, vital, that the counterpart of Zelensky knows that behind Zelensky, Europe has a very strong industrial defense base. That's vital. That's absolutely vital. I'm working, by the way, on a new, let's say, strategy that will be finalized end of February to do what we did for ammunition, but not for all the defense industry in Europe. And of course, we'll have time to discuss this again. The second, by the way, if we speak also of enlargement, which will be also a very important subject for the next mandate. You cannot speak of enlargement if you don't speak to a capacity to increase your defense, European defense capacity at the same time. Because those countries may need to be one day, maybe, defended. And we know who will have the responsibility to do it. So that's why it's linked to our global view of how Europe should or will probably evolve in the following years. The second thing that I wanted to mention before concluding this talk together with you is the way that we need to continue to promote Europe as a third bloc. Of course, when I say a third bloc, we have US, we have China, and we have us. Of course, we will remain, that's very important, I keep telling that, an open continent. That's extremely important. We are an open continent, probably the more open continent on the planet. But of course, we have also our terms and conditions, which is important. Accessing the internal market is open for everyone, but we have some rules to protect our customers and so on and so on. And of course, everyone, by the way, it's something, of course, in the digital market now. Everyone is ready, is welcome to propose services, but with some of our rules. And this, I believe, requires an important reflection on key policies such as trade policy. It has become compatible with our economic security approach, aware of and active in the geopolitics of supply chains, and also capable of safeguarding the union interest. And of course, here, speed will be of the essence, obviously. And this is a real revolution that we have ahead of us, including the kind of trade agreement with reciprocity in it that we will conclude. Third, if we want all these efforts to succeed, we must be serious about Europe's unity and its financial firepower. And of course, with the challenges we are facing to our competitiveness, economic security, and political stability, the prospect also of Ukraine's accession, and again, in the midterm, as I said, the enlargement strategy, with potentially Europe at 30 or 35, Europe cannot continue to move forward, of course, with the current budget. So, of course, the first priority needs to remain fiscal discipline. Former finance minister, believe me, I'm vocal here, and I will be always vocal. Everyone needs to put their public finance in order. When I was, sorry to speak about myself, but when I was a Minister of Finance, we came back. It was not in the past century. We were at 62%. Germany was at 67%. Debt over GDP. Le problème, c'est toujours le successeur. That's why you don't need to have successor. Continue run, because no, be serious again. That's a very serious matter. That will be absolutely key. And everyone again will need to put its finance in order, but we also need to investment in European, what I call the European public goods. For example, defense. For example, also everything regarding the climate protection. But of course, without additional common resources at European level, member states will do it alone. And if they do it alone, you break the internal market. So you cannot be, on one hand, the best friend of the internal market, on the other hand, saying, no, but I want to do it myself alone. You have to be coherent. Je ne vise personne, but I have name in mind. So that's why, again, it's extremely important to continue to maintain our dual crown, which is the internal market. And you know, of course, personally where I'm standing here. I keep telling you that we cannot support national state aid as an alternative to common financing solution at European level. And that's why we need, probably, we will need more common borrowing and European financial instrument. Not to do crazy things, to do what we have to do, and to maintain level playing field between all member states and equal access to capital, which is what we did when Paolo and myself, Paolo Gentiloni, we wrote small startups in Brussels. I think it's called Politico. Said that it was an infamous op-ed. Yes, because we wrote at the beginning of the COVID crisis with Paolo, hey, we need common investment tool. Je ne vais pas vous raconter les vagues que ça a fait, but at the end of the day, it happened, and I think it was a good thing. So without the capacity to establish common budgetary instruments, our alternative again is fragmentation. And just to summarize what I just said, you cannot be both frugal and a friend of the single market. C'est un bon résumé. And that is why we must have the courage to say whether or not we need a European sovereignty fund for all our critical technologies, whether or not we need to fight for a stronger European budget that goes beyond the mere 1% of our GDP, as it is currently the case, as you know, whether or not we should consolidate our common borrowing capacities in the long run, again, as we did together successfully with the Next Generation EU. You know, of course, my answer on these questions, and I know many of us today share probably the same view, and that is we need more Europe and more than ever. So that's what I wanted to tell you today. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, at least to wrap up what we did over the past 4 years and what we may do over the next 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Unfortunately, we are running already a little bit late, so we won't have an opportunity to have questions this time. But I do hope that we can welcome you again, maybe also to launch some of the initiatives you were talking about. And thank you very much for kicking off not only this conference, but our project on economic security in such a comprehensive and interesting manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you all, and hope to see you soon. Merci beaucoup. Merci.
Thank you very much to the Commissioner for the inspiring speech. I would like to invite the panelists of the first session to take their seats. We will proceed right away with a session which is devoted to taking stock of the von der Leyen Commission, so very much building on what the Commissioner has just said. How has it faced economic crisis and transitions? I hope Danuta Hübner is with us, a member of the European Parliament and former commissioner. She's on the way. Elizabeth Cooper, Associate Director at the EPC. Joining us online is Marco Butti, the Tommaso Padoa-Schioppa Chair at the European University Institute. We have with us also Charles Weymuller, the Chief Economist of Électricité de France. And last but not least, Malte Lohan, the Director General of Orgalim, speaking for Europe's technology industries. So I'll go straight to the point. This was a roller coaster period for the EU and the European Commission, the last 4.5 years. Normally, each commission sort of faces one crisis on average. This one has faced several. The pandemic, the energy crisis, the Ukraine war, and so on and so forth. And all of this obviously has had a very heavy economic price tag attached to it. Public debt to GDP shot up to historic levels, 91.5%, before starting to fall again. Productivity, labor productivity levels dipped and then recovered better than expected. And equally, seismic shifts have taken place in the external context that Europe operates in. So I would like to focus on what are the lessons learned of the von der Leyen Commission with an eye to what needs to happen next in a similar fashion that the commissioner has just done it in his speech. So I would like to go first to Marco Butti, because we have heard from the commissioner at the end about the need for common borrowing. And Marco, in his previous capacity as Chief of Staff to Commissioner Gentiloni, and earlier Director General for Economic and Financial Affairs at the Commission from 2008 to 2019, was very much behind the steering wheel on these matters. And when it comes to this historic decision to opt for common borrowing and limited risk sharing, sometimes described as a Hamiltonian moment for the European Union, I would like to ask Marco a little bit about the cuisine of that, sort of what criteria in particular were talked about when these earlier red lines were approached and then eventually crossed with New Generation EU. And then what happened when the energy crisis and the response to the Inflation Reduction Act were discussed, was the idea of the sovereignty fund was floated, but not embraced, at least up to now. So Marco, if you could tell us a little bit about what happened backstage.
Okay, thank you very much, Pavel. Can you confirm that you hear me well?
We can hear you well, yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Great. No, I've listened to Commissioner Breton with great interest. And indeed, as you said, Pavel, I mean, this commission has been, you know, in inverted commas, blessed with several crises. I mean, in joking with my following colleagues at the commission, we said that this could be remembered as the Article 22 commission. I mean, having used this rather obscure article, which allows to, I mean, bypass normal procedures in case of emergencies and venture into new areas. It had been used, I think, about 15 times during this commission, probably as much as ever been used before. So that is the state of this commission. But it is true that I mean, if we remember Jean Monnet, I mean, using the crisis to make Europe go forward. So this is basically what has happened during the pandemic crisis in particular. So if you ask me what are the conditions, what are the criteria in order to cross these very deep red lines, I would figure out essentially four. Okay, the first one is the feeling of an existential crisis, but due to exogenous reasons. So unlike the global financial crisis, the sovereign debt crisis of a decade earlier, you cannot blame anybody really in terms of member states' behavior for the pandemic crisis. So this allowed to overcome the moral hazard paradigm, which haunted us throughout the global financial crisis. So this is the first one. So a crisis which creates an existential risk, but is not the fault of the member states. So this is the first point. I think the second point is, in the case of the pandemic, was learning from the handling of the global financial crisis. I think there it was very clear. We declared victory too early. I mean, we started with a strong push in terms of fiscal expansion in global financial crisis. Then we start to withdraw it immediately. experience and economic literature point to the fact that when you are in bad times, fiscal multipliers can be very high. It means that if you do a restrictive policy, in particular, you do it all together, as we did during the global financial crisis, you have a large negative impact on the economy. So we knew that, and that's why we persisted during the pandemic with an expansionary policy. So learning from the previous crisis. Third element, and here I make reference also to what Fabian actually mentioned at the beginning, is that at that juncture, leaders in Europe, or the key leaders in Europe, had a long time horizon. So if to use an economic jargon, they had a low political discount rate. So they could look far. You had President Macron, who could, who had in principle 1.5 terms in front of him. The Chancellor Merkel, who looked at history and not at the domestic, let's say, at the domestic constraints, because of, she had decided not to stand for re-election, so she could take the long haul. And also, very important, we were at the beginning of the new institutional term of the Commission. So we had Ursula von der Leyen having 5 years in front. So this juncture here allowed to overcome short-termism, which is, I think, it's an important element. And fourth criterion, there was a plan already there. In a sense, the plan was the double transition, the new Green Deal, ready to be implemented to find money going with the priorities. So the response was already there, ready made. So I think these 4 conditions were key at the time to take a very ambitious decision like those during the pandemic, with sure first next generation EU, and institutionally with the triggering of the General Escape Clause of the Stability and Growth Pact. Something that was done for the first time, it had never been done before. Now, if you look, another element actually, which is important in terms of the political conditions, is that at the time, and we go back to early spring 2020, it was a period of electoral peace. There were no electoral rendezvous in the foreseeable horizon. I mean, the first one was far away, was the Netherlands at the time. So in a sense, this helped to take European priorities more seriously and not be bogged down to domestic urgencies and imperatives. So these were the conditions. If you apply these 4 criteria and you screen through the other 2 crises, Powell, you mentioned, the one, in economic terms, the energy crisis linked to the Russian invasion, and the competitiveness crisis linked to IRA, you can see that at least some, if not, I would say even most of these conditions did not apply. We clearly had the period of electoral peace was over. We had leaders which were somewhat injured, let's put it like that, domestically after the election. So with Chancellor Scholz, fractured coalition in Berlin, in France with we see what is happening right now, but it was the fragility of the government, also a majority in parliament, and so on. So the political conditions were really not there to take the long view. There was also still basically most of the 750 plus billion still there available, so not an immediate urge to raise more money. I think unlike the pandemic, there was not a plan already made. As I mentioned, there was the double transition. That was what the previous, the current commission at its beginning had put forward as its plan. Now take the energy crisis, the very controversial price cap on gas. I mean, it had to be made as we went along, you know, and we had to find a consensus as we went forward. So that was difficult to do it. On the energy crisis, the different energy mixes also did not help to find a unified way forward on this. So all these conditions, I think, were less favorable. And in fact, if I give, let's say, an A- to the management of the pandemic crisis from the economic viewpoint, I think you get probably B and C for the other for the handling of the other two crises. Also considering that in political terms, I think a lot of political capital was used in order to keep the unity on the sanctions. So it was difficult to have a lot of political capital left for other very courageous decisions. Now, final comment in looking forward. So, okay, you should not manufacture a new crisis in order to respond well to it. So let's see what is. But we have plenty of crises still ongoing. So I think the being ambitious, I think, should be the name of the game for the new college. So I think what one should expect from the new college, whoever the president is going to be, is actually to put forward a long-term plan horizon of the same quality, the same stance as the new Green Deal of the previous commission. We have two rendezvous, which are key for triggering that. And it is, on the one hand, the end of 2026 is the end of the next generation EU. So what to do next. So this is the first important appointment. And the second one, 1 year later, or also basically at the same time, is the new financial perspectives. So the new MFF 2027. So what I would argue is that the Commission, should join these two moments and come forward with ambitious proposals. And I would articulate it in terms of supply of European public goods in the economic area and in the non-economic area. I think they have a lot of benefits, and I think it would allow to respond to the priority of Versailles, which are still relevant, of March, European Council, March 22, which I think are still very relevant for the present and the near future. Thank you.
Marco, thank you very much for taking us through the criteria that made it possible for New Generation EU to be launched, and for the miracle to happen in terms of European policy making. You then took us to 2026 and onwards, and hinted at the type of solution that needs to be reflected upon. I will want to come back to it, because the fact of the matter is that there is a massive funding gap, especially in the green transition, of an estimated 180 billion euro to 2030, that is currently not catered for. So how exactly do we want to finance that is the question. But we will come back to it. I would like to now sort of perform a little bit of a reality check with our business side of the equation, and go to Malte to ask him about what his take is, because the von der Leyen Commission has put a lot of emphasis on industrial policy, especially in the recent period. The president herself has said that the next phase of the Green Deal has to be about industrial policy. But Orgalim has recently published its agenda for the next 5-year period, 24-29. And here I read something very interesting. Namely, you say that your companies have yet to experience, that's the language, the possible impact of the unprecedented wave of the green legislation. and investment in our industries, you say, is declining just when it should be up. So is it just a time lag between the package itself and what results you see on the ground, or is there something in the package itself that should be further looked at?
Thank you, Pavel. Good afternoon to everyone in the room and to everyone joining online as well. It's good to see that the Commission President is now clearly focusing on the role that clean tech and high-tech manufacturing has to play in Europe's future. And I think there's a wide recognition now that achieving our climate neutrality objectives without sacrificing economic prosperity and living standards and future growth is only possible if we have that manufacturing base also here in Europe. But here's where it gets difficult. During the last 4 years, we have experienced what we feel is a tsunami of new legislation, of course, driven by the Green Deal and all the legislation around the digital transition, of course, driven by the response to the perma crisis. The Commissioner mentioned a lot of the different examples of that tsunami earlier. But you cannot just regulate your way to climate neutrality, and you cannot just regulate your way to economic security from a few office blocks in Brussels. So ultimately, the private sector and the market will have to deliver those policy goals, and that part has only just started. And this is where political will and economic reality intersect. And of course, the companies that are required to apply this tsunami of legislation, they are not doing this in a vacuum. In fact, we feel that, at least for our industries, we are facing severe structural headwinds. Global demand is on a downturn, and China in particular is going still through a very weak industrial cycle. We had, for a number of years coming out of COVID, high order backlogs, so production lines were still running. Those backlogs are surely but slowly running out. We all know that costs for input materials, for energy, for wages, for access to capital are high in Europe, higher than in other parts of the world, and that they cannot be just passed on one-to-one to the market when you are competing globally. You're competing with companies that are not exposed to all of those higher structural costs. So companies' margins are under a lot of pressure. And if you look at our industries, which are 1/3 of the manufacturing base in Europe, which are the products that are supposed to power the digital and the green transformation in Europe, we are expecting that turnover is going to fall in the course of last year by 1.2%, close to 2% in the course of 2024. That investment is falling by 1% in 2023, and again will fall by 0.7% in 2024. And we're actually deeply concerned that also the structural competitiveness of Europe is declining. The measure that we look at, I know that there's a big debate around what's the metric you should look at in order to understand where we stand compared to the US and other parts of the world, of course, in competitiveness. The measure that we look at most closely is unit labor costs. And if you look at unit labor costs, OECD is tracking this for the past 24 years, going back to 2020. They have fallen by 26% in Japan. They have fallen by close to 2% in the US. They have increased by almost 9% in Europe. So to us, it seems clear we have a problem in terms of our competitiveness and the future of our manufacturing base in Europe. So what's needed? Obviously, lower energy prices, lower inflation are a prerequisite. Not all of that is down to politicians, but policymakers will have a major role to play. And of course, I can't do justice to all the different elements that come into play, but let me talk about the economic security strategy, as that is the focus here. The Commissioner talked about the strategy as fundamentally an instrument to help Europe de-risk its economy and to de-risk our vulnerable and strategic supply chains. We are very nervous that we are seeing an unprecedented shift to public intervention in our supply chains, and that this is ultimately going to be counterproductive. If you look at any one of the instruments in isolation, of course, there's always a very good reason for them. It's hard to argue with any of the reasons when you look at them one by one. But in aggregates, I think we need to accept that this is a completely new paradigm in terms of how supply chains are regulated through public sector intervention. So our line of thinking is we need to shift away from an offensive mindset and a defensive mindset and start thinking more offensively as well. There's too much defense and not enough offense. What we would like the economic security strategy to do is to make sure that the foundations for long-term competitiveness, the structural elements for our competitiveness are still in place. Those are the ones that will allow us to compete globally, that will allow us to retain our manufacturing edge. And those are the ones that will ultimately help us achieve long-term economic security. It sounds obvious, but I'm not convinced that what is currently getting the disproportionate attention in the economic security strategy will actually get us there.
Super, Malte, thank you so much. I take it as a call for internal de-risking, so to say, in parallel to the external de-risking that economic strategy has in its focus. That's very important what you have said. Now, before I ask Danuta to take us more to the global arena, I would like to just remind everyone that we will have time for 1 or 2 questions at the end. All depends on how long we take in the panel itself, but there's also a possibility to ask questions online. And in fact, we have received a question on trade and on reciprocity, because the commissioner has said that there is a trade revolution in the making with reciprocity at its heart. And the question that was asked online is exactly about that. Can we expand on what that means, reciprocity? But Danuta, what I would like to ask you to do is sort of to speak to us about the external context in a nutshell that the EU has faced and will be facing, because there is that sort of double challenge on the one hand of being more assertive, and we've heard more about that today, and partnering. The partnering P is one of the 3 main Ps of the Commission's economic security strategy. So that means deepening and extending Europe's sway to more areas. So how exactly can one manage this type of a process?
I don't know if there is a directive or regulation on what is a nutshell, because you told me that I should do it in a nutshell. I will try.
So 5 minutes.
Probably might be a big nut. But I would like maybe to first to also make some links to what Marco and Malte said, because I think I disagree, Marco, with you that the Commission had only this long time horizon at the beginning, where they decided, or Europe decided about this potential Hamiltonian moment, because I think that one of the value added, I would say, of this Commission was that I think it was the whole time focusing on more strategic orientation than normally the commissions do. I know there were a lot of crises and we could just see them in the longer perspective also, and it would not be boring if they happened over 20 years, not just 5 years, but they happened. And I think even if some reactions of the Commission or generally finally of the Union could have been seen as an ad hoc reactions because there were ad hoc issues, but still I think this tsunami of legislation, and I was involved in some of them, I think they finally looked or took the issues with the long-term perspective for the solutions. And I think this Commission has finally started to do things like capital markets seriously, thinking about the long-term financing that we will need, because behind all that, there is also the question of the private financing, with no matter how much we will have in terms of public finance, but still what matters is the access to private finance. So I think that this commission kept this this horizon throughout its period, and I hope they will stick to it till the end. And the second issue, which I would like to also to say in this context, is that this commission has also taken seriously the challenge that we have been facing with our approach to legislation forever, since the beginning of the European integration, that we have normally this very prescriptive, because we are not a unified jurisdiction, so we have to have prescriptive legislation. We have to find solution for everybody. And this commission was trying, especially in capital market regulation, was open to the ideas coming maybe more openly, bluntly from the European Parliament to move towards more flexibility in legislation, more principle-based legislation, more power for the European institutions like the supervisors, for example. This fight continues, of course, and it's not easy to pass through with this through the member states, through the trialogues with them. But I think for the first time, we just talked about it openly, and we were listened also to. And this commission, I think, also was the first commission that finally listened to advisors and also to some of us in the European Parliament, and talked loudly about the competitiveness. And I think we never, I was just thinking back, and I unfortunately have many years behind me that I can think of, that we have never been so open to this. So that's beyond my nutshell that I would like to say. And I would like to take you to you called it beautifully global aspects or visions, just to the trade, the role the trade played in this whole package of European policies. We discovered definitely, I think, maybe it was not for the first time, that all those, when you looked at European policies, everything is interlinked with everything else. And I think when we think of the position of European manufacturing globally, the competitiveness of European economy also globally, I think indeed the trade is a platform for cooperation with the rest of the world. And I think that in spite of not having an independent trade commissioner, or just commissioner who would be responsible only for trade, this commission managed, I think, to also make out of trade a good platform for cooperation with the rest of the world. And when you look at who is the largest world exporter of manufacturing, it is still Europe, in spite of this problem with competitiveness as measured by the labor costs, which maybe we have to look at it also from different perspectives. So I think that the Commission, being in charge of the trade, also used the trade as a platform of engagement with the rest of the world, and to strengthen its global position also in terms of our role in decision making, or in terms of our role also in shaping the global economy or global security. And I also think that this Commission, for the first time, it was very clear when negotiating the agreements, and a lot has happened with regard to FTAs, that this Commission has also treated also the very process of negotiations. Maybe in Pascal Lamy time they were longer, but they were very long also this time. So you could use the period of negotiation also to create closer links with other countries. So there was also not a lost period, but that was bringing also our partners closer to European Union. But these challenging moments in global environment were many of them in the last years. And one of them was also that our important partners just were trying, and some successfully walk away from the world rule-based trade or rule-based order. And this was not only those that are non-market economies, but this is also about our close partner like US, with whom we actually also use this period to kind of rebuild the dysfunctional relations created by the predecessor of Joe Biden. So I think that the use of the trade as a platform for cooperation was extremely important. And you were talking about the defensive agenda, but I think that the openness of the European economy has a very assertive, which is not defensive, I think, has a very assertive agenda also for the first time added to it, with many supporting tools, which at first sight, when we were protesting in the parliament, looked like protectionism. But I think finally we have a very good toolkit with defensive instruments, which are just allowing us to protect better our right as the party to the free trade agreements, and our right would be protected, our right of the implementation. In the process of implementation, we could also defend our right as party to those agreements. So we have this security approach actually now already in place. And what is the good thing is that it's not based on American approach to national security. Those of you who have frequent relations with American administration probably realize that each time we talk about anything, the national interest and national security interest comes already in the second sentence. We fortunately didn't follow this approach. What I think is important, I don't know if the Commissioner spoke about that our approach to security is actually very strongly risk-based, and we are actually still working on a framework, how we are going to make this risk assessment to be able then to cope with it. I hope it doesn't mean that it will be a lengthy period, but I hope that this is going to make the security more rational than it is in American case. Then also on this defensive side, if I can just continue a bit, because I think what we did with the export control, with the investment screening, I think a lot was done, but my understanding is, and I hope that the next Commission will take care of it, that we are still at the moment where we are waking up the member states, where we are making them aware of the risks that come from lack of such approach, but that we are nowhere with regards to making this approach really a European approach. So I hope that the next Commission will be able to make those assertive measures, which I think we might do even more of them in the years to come because of the continued polarization of the world economy, that the next Commission will move us forward toward a European approach of this. And I would like also you to have a reflection on because the next Commission will most likely have to make a decision on it, to the screening of the outbound investment, which is again an American invention, but in America it was just President Biden sitting and just signing the executive order. In Europe, we are at the stage, I think, of white paper. We have to consult. Everybody is practically against, the businesses, many businesses, but also most probably of the member states. But stakes, I think, are here also very high if we think of technology, of the clean technology, of the high tech, and the outbound investment from Europe. And I also think that through the trade, actually, this issue, this competitiveness-based approach finally found its way to both trade and investment policy, and I hope industrial policy, and industrial policy. But and I hope that by today we don't remember why we did it. We don't remember that it was IRA inspired, and that we have a different approach to this question of reaching out to the public funds that were already mentioned to support surprisingly competitiveness of European economy. I don't know whether you can generate competitiveness of an economy through subsidies, through public subsidies, because also when we look what we did in reaction to IRA, actually we increased the cost of our competitiveness, because we are not threatened by the American industry, but it is the cost of this is definitely much higher than it would have been without the state subsidies. But we did it at least based on the rules. That's absolutely clear. So next Commission, I hope, will put this openness, global openness, trade-related agenda on the top of economic agenda, and that we also will combine it with producing through trade also these cooperation platforms that would allow us also to be more effective in shaping the global rules for the trade, because today we know very well that win-win in trade can only happen through the rules-based and not through the power-based trade. But we will not make it with the trade. The trade will not really be harnessed properly to increase the competitiveness of European economy unless also we see the changes in the business model in Europe. And I'm not only thinking of the German business model, I mean, fossil fuel energy based on intensive energy, products based on with high energy intensity, moving to clean tech or high tech, whatever you call it. But I think this is extremely important that we link this change of business model also with this rationalization of the shift in the investment policy of European companies from the efficiency-based criteria to resilience and security-based, that we will shift away from where we are today with this high politicization of the supply chain and the security and resilience-based investment decision back towards efficiency-based decisions, and find a way to have the efficient resilience for the European investment. So we have all the instruments, I think, in place, thanks to the Commission, I think, long-term vision. But now we have to see how we can combine it and make it competitive, make it efficient, and just getting Europe really back in where it had moments, I think, to be in the past, playing an important role globally, being able to reform WTO, to generate, I think, the general support for the global rule-based trade and investment. And there are many more things which I can maybe put into another nutshell. So I maybe would finish with this.
Super. Thank you very much, Danuta, especially for describing so beautifully how the European approach to security differs from many others, including the one in the US, and how it is risk-based, Japan, Korea's as well, yes. But I sensed in what you said an anxiety that we're not yet there with regards to doing what needs to be done at the European level. Now we will talk about green transition and energy policy next, and then the European Health Union. And I would like to propose a slight change of the approach, namely if someone has already a question on these two areas, please signal that to me so that we can integrate it into what our distinguished panelists have to say. So green transition and European Health Union, just raise your hand, and the same applies for the online questions. But you can do that as during the course of my question, which is first of all to Charles. I mean, unquestionably, the von der Leyen Commission has been extremely strong on the green transition. And the 2030, the 2050 targets have been set up, extensive legislative package to implement that. So where will this commission leave us with in terms of what it means for the long-term energy mix decisions and also in terms of the funding? I mean, clearly the gap is there. And this is a long march. It's not an exercise that can be done quickly. Operational costs are massive. The high interest rate environment isn't helping. So in terms of the legacy of the von der Leyen Commission, where do you think it will leave us as it hands over to the next team?
Thank you very much, Pavel. So I will take a much targeted view, a much more targeted view than Danuta, Marco, Malte, because I'm going to focus on the energy sector. and still try through the energy sector to answer to your questions, to take stock of what has been done, which is very impressive by the von der Leyen Commission, and what remains to be done for the next Commission and moving forward towards 2050. So energy is very interesting and very important because of two reasons. First of all, because it's a nice illustration of the economic security trade-offs. Fabian, in his introduction, talked a lot about trilemmas, trade-offs, and indeed, within the energy sector, we are used to talk about trilemmas, typically between security of supply, how to ensure that basically everyone has access to at any time to energy first. Second, how to decarbonize and basically to move towards a fully decarbonized energy sector. And third, affordability, how to make sure that basically energy is cost efficient and affordable to everyone, both companies and households. So we are used to trilemmas. And now on top of this energy specific trilemma, we do have the macroeconomic issues kicking in. And this is pretty new because now we have a key trade-off between energy issues, basically how to ensure security of supply, how to basically trigger investment needs. I'll come back to that, versus competitiveness of companies and cost of living of households. And so this is a new trade-off between, let's say, the microeconomics of energy and the macroeconomics, which basically covers trade issues Danuta talked about, inflation dynamics, and cost of living in general. And basically for that, it's useful to take one step back to first try to think about how to be cost efficient for the energy sector. And then in the second step, think about how to think about those trade-offs and how to implement, let's say, a normative target for the energy sector. So, and typically, I will end up on the policy goals, basically to implement what we do think can be useful. So first, to minimize the cost of the energy sector, I don't want to be too technical, but maybe just three technicalities which are useful for the following. First, we really need to have a complete system view because now energy production assets, technologies are way too intertwined to think about them, in isolation. The typical example is that renewables are a key part of the decarbonization strategy, but they're intermittent. So you need backups. So you need other energy production assets to basically make the system work in an efficient manner. So basically, we have a strategy in 3 steps to decarbonize. First, reduce demand, reduce final energy demand. Second, electrify, because electrification is not just for the beauty of electrons, because it is energy efficient. And third, produce this electricity in a cost-efficient way and obviously in a decarbonized manner, fully decarbonized manner. And for those 3 steps, we need to be efficient. And as far as electricity is concerned, it is not the only energy that will be left, but it will be a key part. We are thinking about 50-60% of final energy will be basically coming from electricity. Within this electricity sector, we will need 2 legs, basically, renewables, cost efficient but intermittent, and dispatchable, decarbonized electricity production assets. Maybe it is nuclear, maybe it is thermal in relying on H2 or other decarbonized gas, but basically you need both of them. So this is the first technicality which is quite important looking forward. The second technicality, so you do talked about operational cost and capital cost also. Basically you have those 2 aspects in the financing of the energy sector, and more the capex leg is going to be first order. We are moving away from a fossil fuel energy sector, where basically you had a lot of OPEX, a lot of variable costs, which was let's say, raising a lot of issues because it was very unstable in terms of supply and in terms of price. But and in the new system, basically the variable cost of renewables and nuclear basically is close to zero. So this is very good news for as far as the variable cost is concerned. Basically, we will be close to zero for renewables and nuclear. But as far as capex are concerned, as far as investment needs are concerned, basically those needs are very high, and this raises an investment need issue and a financing cost issue. So this is where the investment needs are very important for the energy sector. I'm not going to dwell into the figures, but we have this 2% GDP target, basically of financing needs for the green transition as a whole. And then, I'm not going to play the game of what is a part of the energy within that. Just one figure to illustrate, as Électricité de France, it's just one utility among others, but our capex target for every year looking forward is basically 25 billion euros per year. So it is pretty massive, and this is because of this change of structure of the energy mix, much less OPEX, much more CAPEX. So now, where does it leave us as far as the real world is concerned in terms of implementation? So one key question is between public and private funding. But first of all, I think it's interesting to think about the right balance between market forces and regulation. And this is where maybe you have a view of EDF as a very heavily regulated state-owned enterprise and so on. Actually, we are promoting a market view where we do think that there is a merit order in the two. It's very hard to strike the balance between the two, but at least you should start with the market. You should start to basically build the markets, send the right signals, both on the short term and the long term price signals, and then somehow complement with regulation whenever the market is not isn't. So this is why the market design is a key, let's say, achievement of the von der Leyen Commission, above and beyond, obviously, what you already mentioned, the 50-55 whole package, the Green Deal, but even toward the technicalities of the electricity system, the market design reform is extremely important. And more, let's say, broadly, long-term contracts. And this is also why, let's say, vertical integration, is not something to fear, because it is one way, to provide stability, risk sharing, such as long-term contracts. And then it is all a question of competition and basically setting up the right market infrastructure to make sure that there's competitiveness into the energy sector. Now, as far as public funding is concerned, we should think hard about where the frictions are that basically motivates public funding. One has been already mentioned: infrastructure. Infrastructure is something absolutely massive for the energy sector, especially in the new system, in the new decarbonized long-term energy sector. Basically, you will have very big objects such as nuclear plants or hydrogen, infrastructure hubs, and you will have very small, tiny, and diffuse objects such as solar panels, windmills that will be more and more close to customers, to the final customer and the households. So you need a power system that basically is able to handle the two, and so you have a massive need into grids. First of all, electron grids, power grids, and also molecular grids. And this is a case for public funding. And the final one is about trade. Indeed, so what has happened in the US with the Inflation Reduction Act, in China, basically is a wake-up call to think hard about where we do need public intervention and public funding in the supply chains. And Commissioner Breton did talk extensively about it. And obviously, it's a massive achievement of the von der Leyen Commission to basically be proactive and be assertive on thinking, let's say, explicitly about global value chains. As far as the energy sector, we do not want basically to relocate everything within the European Union. It is not, let's say, optimal. So we should not wish for having the whole value chain of solar panels, windmills, and all the manufacturing behind grids and so on within the EU, but we need to be parsimonious and very smart in the, let's say, the key nodes of the value chains we want to relocate within the EU. So just as a final word, looking forward for the next Commission, the one key priority are the 2040 targets, and to focus on the CO2. We do think that basically if you have too many targets, it can start to be a bit distortive. Typically if you have renewables targets, basically it creates distortion between different decarbonized technologies, and so it is not optimal. It is not a good policy instrument versus the CO2 price, obviously, where CO2 price, even more now where we do have a market-driven energy sector, we really need, let's say, a minimal level, which is high enough for CO2 price. Infrastructure, funding, and trade policy basically are according to us, the key priorities for the next Commission.
Super, Charles, thank you very much for highlighting how massive this challenge of the energy and green transition remains, and also for putting emphasis on the trilemma, because I think that will be quite critical from the point of view of building the narrative in the years to come. So energy issues, competitiveness, and cost of living. And citizens also need to understand what is going on through that prism. And this will very much be on the agenda of the next Commission to address. Now we will finish the panel with a discussion of European Health Union, and I'm looking at the room if there are any questions on this point. So yes, there is, or is there on energy? So yes, on energy we could have the microphone. Otherwise, you will need to. Yes, we have the microphone. So a brief question on energy before we go to the Health Union.
Thanks very much, Martin Sandberg from the Financial Times. I'd just like to hear your thoughts on energy storage. Storage, you didn't talk much or at all about it, but storage, obviously, whether pumped water or chemical, it helps with intermittency, it relieves grid capacity, it evens out electricity prices. How would you assess the EU's policy, if there is one, on storage? And what would an adequate policy in the next Commission look like?
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Any other questions on energy before we move on? That's the last chance. No? So oh yes, there is one on the back.
Yeah, how do you see the role of the circular economy? Does that play a role in securing the energy transition?
Okay, thank you very much. Jacques, you will have to be very brief. Thank you.
Okay, very briefly. So on storage, so technically, we distinguish, short-term flexibility needs and long-term flexibility needs. And so very briefly, storage is great for short-term flexibility needs. When you need to shift load demand across a few hours, typically because you have a lot of PV, a lot of solar panels within your supply side of your energy system, it is great to put a lot of batteries. And batteries, in a broad sense, also electric vehicle will be smart charged, and so they will act more or less as batteries. And so electric vehicles and stationary batteries will do the trick, basically to smoothen intermittency of solar panels and windmills on the daily time horizon. So this is great, nothing to worry about. And the Commission obviously should have a strategy and a policy about how to develop a lot those batteries, but somehow we are not that worried about it. Where we are worried is about seasonal flexibility needs. Typically it's a bit a buzzword, but the 3 weeks without wind. This is the one that is going to be binding, that will be dimensioning your energy system tomorrow. If you really want security of supply, and if your citizens really do not like blackout whatsoever, you need to provision energy security system. It is a low priority event, 3 weeks without wind, but it is a non-zero priority event. And for that, if you want to be on top of that fully decarbonized, there's definitely no chemical batteries that will do the job on 3 weeks time horizon to shift load. You have hydro a bit for basically member states that are lucky enough to have a hydro potential. And you have nuclear, which is dispatchable, and so basically you can drive whenever you want to produce decarbonized electricity through nuclear. And then you have decarbonized thermal, basically H2 CCGT, H2 gas power plants, but this technology is not mature yet and will be somehow costly. So this is where I think we need to think hard collectively, as a EU, on which technologies we want to basically favor for this seasonal flexibility needs. And Marco Butti said that the fact that energy mixes are very, very different between member states is a challenge. Obviously, it's a challenge because I do not want to come back to especially the France-Germany discussion about nuclear energy, but I leave that aside. I want to be positive and optimistic about the complementarities. I think it is great that we do have heterogeneous energy mixes, because we will need even more diversification through interconnections in the long-term decarbonized energy mix. We will need all of that. We will need batteries, solar panels, renewables for the daily flexibility and to produce, water massively. And we will need dispatchable sources such as decarbonized thermal and nuclear. All of the above we will have to play a role. And so we need a Commission strategy that basically, bodes well and enables them to play together.
Thank you very much, Charles. Now, if there are any questions on the Health Union, please let me know. And Elizabeth, I basically have 2 issues that I would like you to address. The first one has to do with our resilience and preparedness, because surely the pandemic created a strong boost for the European Health Union. And a lot was done, the establishment of HERA being a prime example, in order to strengthen preparedness. And then the European Parliament had this report in the summer of last year with a long list of recommendations of what else needs to be done, including stress testing of national health systems. So that raises the question when the critical mass of readiness can be reached. But since so much emphasis was placed on industrial policy, I cannot escape the question on the new pharmaceutical strategy that was proposed by the Commission last spring, with the intention of ensuring better access, more equitable access to medicines to citizens. But it raised a lot of concerns in industry about reducing IP protection at the time when Europe is already quite exposed to competition with the US and China. So how do you see this debate unfolding in the months to come?
Well, thanks very much, Pavel, for these questions, but also by recognizing the importance of health for the European economic security, because I think it's due to the pandemic in a certain way that people came to realize how important health is. And I think that's clearly reflected as well in the report published by the Spanish presidency last year, EU 2030 Resilience, where indeed health, together with tech, food and energy, was mentioned as 1 out of 4 sectors being of strategic importance for the EU. And I think it has been said oftentimes that COVID-19 made us all realize how important health is for our societies, but also for the economy. At the same time, I think it also showed that Europe was quite vulnerable, and Commissioner Breton alluded to it. At some point, when the US blocked the export of certain parts of vaccines that we were so dearly looking for, that made us realize how important indeed supply chain, but also manufacturing capacity was for Europe, for the EU. And again, I think with that global vision we used to have, these elements were perhaps never so concretely part of the EU agenda, and especially not for health, because it's always considered to be an area where you have, soft power, limited competences, And therefore, you alluded to the European Parliament report that very much echoes also the report that we published last year as the European Policy Center on the European Health Union. And there indeed, supply chain, manufacturing capacity is a big part of the recommendations. And I think that is important because we have all seen the dependencies that we know of. Think about indeed the masks coming from China, the importance of the production capacity in the EU. But I think we also need to prepare for the yet unknown interdependencies and dependencies. For example, when it comes to the future generation of cell and gene therapy, we don't know yet whether we will be able to develop them in Europe, in the EU, and if we have the right ecosystem to develop them. I think another element which is really important also when we speak about the digitalization of the healthcare sector is that foreign dependency could also endanger digitalization of the healthcare sector. If you think about how important the use of data is for certain medical devices and certain wearables. So I think these elements were very important to really place health in a broader context. And I think therefore during the von der Leyen mandate, more than ever, because think about the previous Commission president that used to say that he wanted to focus on big things, and clearly health wasn't seen as being big, to put it in a very short summary. And I think von der Leyen acknowledged that indeed health is important for Europe's economic security. And just perhaps a few brief elements in light of time. Indeed, we have seen how important it is for our exposure to risk and pandemic threats. Also the link with climate change and the green agenda due to the fact that human health, animal health, and environmental health are so linked. I think that was a really important acknowledgement, but also the importance of changing demographics. I think that's an element which is oftentimes underlooked. And I think, especially if you look at the healthcare sector, it's very important that in the healthcare sector, we have an aging population with more people in need of treatments, but we certainly also have an aging workforce. And during the pandemic, that already was an issue, but going forward, I think that issue is even more problematic for the EU if we don't address the skills agenda. I think a third element that I wanted to mention here, and I think that already also links to your point about IP and the pharmaceutical strategy, is indeed the key role of the health industry, the pharmaceutical industry, for economic value creation and innovation. And clearly, the Versailles Declaration that Martin also mentioned at the very beginning, which speaks about making Europe a leader in biomedicines, is very important in that respect. And therefore, I would say that during the von der Leyen Commission, the fact that she came up with the European Health Union, much criticized by some, because it seems to be very much about how the European Commission defines the European Health Union, which is clearly only the pillars that they see it. And also, if you want to be a bit critical, it's perhaps a little bit too much about the fact that that now stands and it's being done and dusted, and we don't need to evolve it. And I certainly think that we need to evolve it. But I think the fact that we have it, that is very important. And therefore, bringing that forward and linking indeed the healthcare sector to reflections on the EU's competitiveness, the economic growth agenda, but also the green agenda, will be very important for the future strategic agenda of the European Council that we're all so much looking forward to. Perhaps indeed a few words, because you mentioned indeed very rightly the pharmaceutical strategy. I think that is indeed an element which is a very important opportunity for the pharmaceutical industry to indeed capitalize on what they have achieved during the COVID-19 pandemic with the vaccine development. And of course, I heard you saying, Malte, that indeed the industry isn't always as positive perhaps in its assessment of where the von der Leyen Commission stands, also when it comes to regulation. However, I think we have been seeing during the pandemic that there have been a significant investment in COVID-19 pandemics. mRNA development in the EU had been very solid, especially when you compare that to China and Russia, where clearly the science is let's say, less rigorous than we applied in the EU. And I think that was very positive. And also just last night, when I was looking up some data for the sake of this event, I learned that when it comes to clinical trials, which is always a really important sign of economic activity in the healthcare sector, the total non-COVID clinical trials decreased by 2% in 2022, but this is still 8% above the 2019 level. So again, sometimes I hear from industry quite some negative assessments of how attractive Europe still is for the industry. I think it's important to have that more balanced position. And I think also, if I may be a bit critical, I believe it's also a mistake to mainly focus on IP as a driver for innovation. And I think there's two elements that I want to acknowledge here. I think it's also the relation between the location of R&D, manufacturing, and a launch of products. Because if you don't take the three of them together, so again, it's about the location of R&D, manufacturing, and the products, then you see that parts of the world like the UK and the US are much more thriving than the EU, where you have a much more fragmented ecosystem. And I think the fact that indeed oftentimes the nexus between industrial strategy and the pharmaceutical strategy is missing, I think is very problematic. And that should be addressed still by the current Commission, because discussions are still ongoing and will be ongoing probably for quite some time about the pharmaceutical framework. And I think that is very important, because if you don't do that, then still the industry will not have the right incentives to move forward. I think another element is access to medicines, because I think from a citizen perspective, from a patient perspective, it's unacceptable that there are so much divergences between access to innovation and to medicines between EU member states. And we all know probably that the internal markets for medicines is very fragmented, because marketing authorization clearly happens at EU level. But negotiations about products, about medicines, are taking place at national level between member states and the industry. And I think that leads to a situation where, also to be a bit critical of member states are not always investing what it takes to bring new products to the markets. So again, it's a very nuanced picture, I think, because again, all stakeholders need to play their role. And I think perhaps to finalize, because there's much more to say about it, but I think it is important, if you speak about where this is going to end or lead to, that I hope that the industry and all stakeholders seizes the opportunity for this once-in-a-lifetime review of the pharmaceutical framework. Because if you realize that the current framework dates from the 2000s, and once this whole package will be finalized, it's probably going to be 25 or 26. So that means that not for another 20, 25 years, there will be an opportunity to think about how we want to see and define the healthcare sector and the pharmaceutical sector. And given its importance for Europe, I think that is a very important recommendation to take very seriously.
Super, Elizabeth, thank you very much. What you just said made me think that, yes, the times such as pandemic inevitably focus our attention on how to find the right response and how to prevent the recurrence of such an episode from happening. But we cannot allow for a crowding out of other important issues. And in this case, crowding out of Europe's building and strengthening Europe's innovative potential in the pharmaceutical sector is one of those issues that needs to be looked at and catered for. Now, we started late, but we also finish a bit late. So I want to thank our panelists, Elizabeth, Danuta, Malte, Charles, and Marco, for an excellent debate. I think what it really tells us is that economic security is not an afterthought any longer. It is weaved permanently into EU's policymaking, and that's a paradigm shift. We'll come back to these questions after a brief coffee break, to which I would now like to invite you. Thank you so much.
Could you please start to sit down? We're going to start with our next panel now, basically. So also, if those who are still enjoying coffee would make their way over here, that would be great. Yeah, we're really sorry about the time shift that has been created now, but that's how it is sometimes when people have interesting things to say. It's hard to stop them. But I would like to now welcome you all very warmly to the next panel, which is called Europe's Competitiveness Challenge: How to make the EU a regulatory environment fit for business. My name is Philip Lausberg. I'm a policy analyst here at the EPC, at the Europe's Political Economy Program, and I'll be moderating this panel. Enabling prosperity through global competitiveness has always been one of the cornerstones of the EU, and it has been critical to the appeal of the EU to the influential business community and the population at large. Therefore, it's all the more worrying and the more politically explosive, particularly in light of the upcoming parliamentary elections of the European Parliament, that the EU's competitiveness is increasingly being challenged in recent years. The EU has been trailing behind the US already for quite some time, especially when it comes to tech competitiveness and also to productivity. But the recent set of crises has really put the EU economic model under unprecedented pressure. And so the supply chain shocks, of course, of COVID, but also of Russia's war in Ukraine, have really heralded tectonic shifts away from the liberal free trade order towards a more confrontational and interventionist economic paradigm, where economic security becomes more important. Think about the Chinese massive subsidy programs, but also the American IRA, of course. And reacting to these multiple crises, the Commission has introduced a host of new regulation in record speed, much of it to push the Green Deal, the digitalization, and resilience. And this triple green, digital, and economic security transition is clearly important for EU competitiveness. But it has also come at a cost. European businesses complain about an increasing regulatory burden, together with high energy prices, labor shortages, and the difficulty in access to finance. Red tape is now seen by businesses as the most serious threat to European competitiveness, particularly so for SMEs and mid-caps, which really form the backbone of the EU economy. So how can the EU create a regulatory framework fit for business, one that does not compromise competitiveness and that best leverages the synergies of the single market, which is arguably the biggest asset that the EU has? So to discuss these questions, we have assembled a very distinguished panel that I now have the pleasure to introduce to you. I will start from my right. There we have Ute Slotboom, who's Director of Strategy and Economic Analysis at DG GROW at the European Commission. Next to her, we have our EPC's very own Chief Economist and Chief Executive, Fabian Zulek. Next to him to the right, I have the pleasure to introduce to you Sylvie Grandjean. She's chairwoman of Redex. It's a mid-cap company in France. And she's also vice president of the Mouvement des Entreprises de Taille Intermédiaire. And not last but not least, we have Deborah Revoltella, who's the chief economist of the European Investment Bank. So yeah, thank you very much, everyone, for making it to the panel. And I should also say that, unfortunately, Hildegard Bentele, MEP from the European People's Party, had to cancel last minute. I would now say we start with Deborah Revoltella from the EIB, who has prepared a short presentation about a report that the EIB has co-authored with the EPC to shed some light on mid-caps and their constraints in the EU regulatory framework and their important role for the European competitiveness. Deborah, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Is this? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And it's really a pleasure to start the discussion in the panel, bringing a little bit of the results of this report that Actually, you can find on the door going out, also in a nice QR code format if you want. But it's a study that we put together with the EPC, with the idea of looking at what we call the hidden champions missed opportunities. So the group of mid-cap firms. Mid-cap, you can think about starting, if you exclude the SME that are below 250 and you exclude the large one above 3,000 employee. In between, you have the group that we call the mid-cap. And in between, you can separate between the large mid-cap and small mid-cap with a 500 employee threshold. So that's to speak about, to tell what we are talking about. We wrote this report because we were thinking in all these wave of rethinking at industrial policies. What are we talking about? Are we talking about the very large firms, mid, small firms? And we wanted to take a little bit of stock of all the support that is going to firms at a different size and what do they really do for the European economy, particularly having in mind the digital and green transition. That is an important area of transformation for our economy going forward. So in the report, I start showing, saying mid-cap, the key message is really it's difficult to look at mid-cap on statistical data. We are lucky because at the EIB since 8 years, we actually have a survey at the firm level which cover 12,000 firms in Europe, a benchmark in the US, and give us a very granular information on the firms in general and also at on the digital and green transition. So we could use this data just to have a perception of what happens to this particular group of firms. And what we find out actually is that the mid-cap are extremely important for the European economy. They are actually firms that behave better. They invest a lot, particularly, and if you look at the various graphs, particularly in the manufacturing sector, they invest much more of the small and of the large. So they are investing more. They are also firms that train more, so they train more their employees, and also they have a better return in terms of productivity out of the training. So they are actually performing well on that point of view. And then if we focus on the group of firms that are the large mid-cap, they have a much higher share of firms that can consider high growth firms or very high growth firms. So actually there is a really the concentration of the leader seems to be in these large mid-cap firms. So these are firms that behave relatively well in the economy. They are also quite important, and that's the second graph, in terms of the green and the digital transition. We see it in a number of indicators. The first one is in terms of digital adoption of advanced digital technologies. These firms perform quite well, much better than small and medium enterprises. We see it, and we see really the size dimension of firms very clearly in terms of propensity of firms to invest in energy efficiency, in the net zero transition in general, but also on perceiving the green transition as an opportunity, which is very important because those are the firms that are investing to catch and build the new market and take the new market opportunities. And also, and you see this size dimension very important in the combination of digital and green. So in the presence of having firms that are both digital and green, again, the mid-cap, the size dimension is quite important. And the jump from small to the mid-cap is quite visible. So these firms are good firms. They do exactly what we want them to do, invest, train staff, quite important, grow fast. They are also very important for the digital and green transition. But then comes the last point. And the last point is that if And that's on the financing side. They have, and here the international comparison is very important, they have much, much less opportunities of access to capital market, and particularly accessing to newly issued bonds or newly issued equity than what would compare in the US. So they are strongly penalized by the lack of a capital market union or depth of capital market at the European level. There is a second element which is interesting. We have in the survey a specific question asking if firms receive a concessional finance or grants. And here, again, you seem to have a system in Europe where a lot of support goes to the small, and also a lot of support goes to the innovative firms, where most of innovation is with the large. So these firms are kind of squeezed in between, with lots of support going one side, a lot of support on the others. Now, the policy answer we have to discuss. I don't think the policy answer should be you have to support them also, but you have to design policy having in mind that it's very difficult to have a system in which you integrate so many distortions that everybody needs support to prosper. So you have to really think at what is the combination of all of these, and think at a very, very targeted measure in terms of support for firms that target exactly what you want to have, and then maybe in this way you also approach the mid-size companies. There is the last point, actually, it's also another interesting one. We have another question in which we ask firms if they perceive they have investment gap. Remember, mid-caps are firms that invest more, do everything better, but they also find a bigger investment gap. So, in fact, despite of all this, the financing side somehow is still constraining them. So we have something in the system embedded that makes the firms that are doing the right things, that are very important for the digital and green transition, that remain constrained in their growth. So that's the analysis that we have. I think we are at a stage in which we are really discussing together where we want to go in terms of policy recommendation and thinking what is the right mix. I think there is a lot of looking at the effectiveness of the operating environment, and that's where the panel is coming. The effectiveness of the operating environment that can be an additional burden for firms, affecting all of them, but maybe easing the various constraints can help also these firms. And then there is an effect, I think, on having a targeted instrument at place. Maybe there is too much untargeted support going too large and too small, and then that's where the problem comes from. So thinking about where to move forward, also in terms of policy recommendation and conclusion, is something that we very much like to have the opportunity of discussing it in the forum. So with that, I will come back later.
Yeah, thank you very much, Deborah, for this short summary of our report. I think the issue is really that we have a very innovative set of companies squeezed in the middle between large and little ones and SMEs that are not treated very favorably by regulation, and also have difficulties with access to finance. But it's not just mid-cap companies, it's SMEs, it's all companies that have been complaining by a disproportional burden in regulation. Malte Lohan said before, talked about a regulatory tsunami. The Commission, of course, has not been sleeping. They have been introducing a lot of new proposals, not least the SME package, but also a competitiveness test. I want to turn now to Uti and ask her, so what is the Commission doing, and why are businesses still complaining about all these problems, although there has been a better regulation agenda going on for the past 20 years that has also been lauded by the OECD as one of the best in the world. And so what's not working, and what can we do, and what are the plans with respect to all companies, but also with respect to mid-caps?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. And I apologize in advance that I have to leave at 5 o'clock. But first of all, thank you for raising the issue of mid-caps, because this is also on our policy agenda. It is an important group of companies, as Deborah described them, innovative, productive, active in the green and digital transition, training their staff. So indeed, first of all, congratulations on the very good study, this very interesting information, and will certainly also benefit us. To jump directly to the better regulation agenda. As you said, Philip, we have a very intensive better regulation agenda, starting from evaluations, impact assessments, stakeholder hearings, public consultations, constant reviews. It generates a lot of good results, but of course, there's always a trade-off between imposing constraints on companies for often very well justified policy goal, and this is the trade-off with which our political bosses have to deal with every day. We are busy trying to eliminate everything which is disproportionate and to prevent anything which is disproportionate. So 3 big examples of what has happened in the past year. On impact assessments, the competitiveness check, which is a compulsory part of any impact assessment when new legislation is prepared, this has been strengthened. There's much more attention now. It's a compulsory part whenever a proposal may have effects on competitiveness. And all my colleagues preparing proposals have to look at the impact of a future proposal on international competitiveness, on cost competitiveness, on the ability to innovate if a new regulation of the plant type would enter into force. Secondly, since last year, the Commission is applying the principle of 1 in, 1 out, which means that within each policy area, whenever new burdens are imposed on individuals, companies, then there has to be a corresponding cut somewhere else in the same policy area. This is obviously not very easy, and the Green Deal that you mentioned, this is a particular case because this is a new area where EU-level legislation didn't exist before. So there is not much in terms of taking the 1 out when we are working in a new policy area. There is a report, a first report of the experience of the first year, which summarizes the ins and outs from impact assessments, and it shows some positive elements in terms of the new proposals actually having led to a net reduction in burdens. Of course, before anybody tells me, not every proposal had an impact assessment, but this is the best evidence that we have for the moment, and the data are there, and they come from the existing impact assessments, which are also public. Then the third example that I wanted to raise is the exercise of reducing reporting burdens by 25%. The first proposals were put forward in October. We have gone through basically all the existing acquis, and of course this is not the first time, but it is an exercise which is always good to repeat. We have looked at the reports on companies, individuals, which are very rare in EU law, and on member states. And we have tried to cut or reduce the frequency of reporting, or digitalize where there are paper reports, or simplify. The first proposals indeed were put forward in October. After that, there will be new packages, and this clearly is an exercise which is going to take some time. Just as a comparison, I would like to mention that about 15 years ago, there was another working group reducing administrative burdens by 25%. This was a group led by the former Bavarian Prime Minister, Edmund Stoiber, and they took 7 years for their task, which covered 14 policy areas, and used a lot of staff, a lot of consultants, but they reduced burdens. According to the final reports, they achieved the 25% in these areas. So we are clearly in a marathon in this. And of course, the purpose is not to deregulate and get rid of the policy goals. This is again about balancing between when can a policy be run without monitoring, without any reporting on what has actually happened on the ground. Maybe then moving to the SMEs and mid-caps. My first comment is that we should see these groups in perspective. In terms of the number of companies, we have about 23 million SMEs in the EU. And the small mid-caps, which is the group that we often look at, companies which have between 250 and 500 staff, they are about 30,000. So we are talking about two groups which are very different in size. The mid-caps are important. They generate a lot of employment, but dedicated support measures, of course, we are also looking at whether some of the SME measures could be extended to the smallest of the mid-caps. For us, the big thing is what Deborah referred to as the lock-in effect. When a company is getting close to growing out of the SME definition, which would then push it out of some of the support measures and some of the derogations would no longer apply, would that be a reason not to continue growing? And we are trying to put a lot of efforts now into looking at that potential lock-in effect and see what measures could be either continued or whether there could be specific measures for mid-caps so that it would remain interesting for small businesses to continue to grow. However, the evidence that we have from our last study on mid-caps, which was published last year, looking at the mid-caps in 2019, this was in the year which the study looked at, 27% of the mid-caps in that year had been small businesses 5 years earlier. So clearly there is an inflow from the small business size to mid-caps. And then there is also a continued flow from mid-caps into big businesses. In terms of the policies that we are looking at, we are now starting to collect data ourselves. In the SME relief package, we made the promise of setting up a better data set to have a better understanding of where the small mid-caps are and what they do, what their special obstacles are. We have some evidence from earlier studies. Of course, the EIB study is very useful. Next to that data set, we have promised to put forward a proposal for an EU definition for small mid-caps in the same way as we have the current SME definition, which defines which company qualifies for the different SME derogations and support measures. This is in the making, and hopefully the Commission will put forward our proposal very soon. And once that harmonized definition is out there, we will continue to look at the special support measures. So that would be my statement on this. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Uti, for this insight into the Commission's agenda and work when it comes to first impact assessments and making sure that the legislation doesn't become as burdensome as it often turns out, and also in looking through the acquis and reducing existing legislation by 25% and we all hope that this will have an effect also on the competitiveness of European business. Let's hope it doesn't take 7 years like the Stoiber Commission needed. But yeah, thanks very much for that. I thought, because Uti does have to leave at 5, so if you want to ask her a question, now is your chance. Otherwise, we can, yeah, please.
why not focusing, first of all, on the once only principle? To get that through, that what has been approved or authorized and tested in one member state is already immediately allowed to be used or done in the whole European Union. Maybe using also, of course, digital solutions where the Commission made big steps ahead, luckily, like the single digital gateway, which could be, for example, immediately operative for the A1 form to send abroad workers of a company. This would be, let's say, also a sign, even if it would not immediately be 25%, because now before the elections, we need a sign that something happens because the companies are really very concerned.
Very pertinent questions. On the single digital gateway, I didn't mention it, but we are indeed actively looking at digitalization. Just before Christmas, we published another set of proposals, and the single digital gateway interim report was there. It's being extended. The A1 form is also being looked at to be seen what follows. On your proposal on authorizing throughout the EU everything which is allowed in one member state. Of course, this is not the general way of creating EU rules. And it's important to note that in many areas where there's an EU rule which is often seen as burdensome, it has replaced 27 national rules. Or there may be areas where some member states regulate, maybe the due diligence, the respect of human rights, climate rules. There, different member states started to put in place national legislation, which was different by the member state. And then the Commission came forward with an EU-level proposal. So normally the way of work, and now, of course, I can't speak of the specific example you maybe have in mind, but the normal working method is to try to have EU rules which create a level playing field and which are discussed among all the member states, agreed in the European Parliament with the co-legislators, rather than having things arising from member state level. But the once only principle we also used in a different sense, meaning if you have to report once on something, then via our digital back office, national authorities have to ask that report from the authorities of another member state rather than going back to the company when the same company starts to operate in more member states.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now I would like to turn to Sylvie. Sylvie is actually leading a company, a mid-cap at that, and she's firsthand, of course, experiencing the issues of the regulatory burden. And yeah, it would be interesting to hear from you, Sylvie. What are the effects of on your company's competitiveness of the current EU regulatory system? And what do you think should be done? Does the Commission's proposal also the ideas of maybe adjusting the SME definition or creating new small mid-caps definition, and of course all the proposals concerning a better regulation? Do you think this is the right way, or what do you think should be done? Thank you.
Thank you, and hello to everyone. I'm indeed a mid-sized company, so I will present my company just to give you real example in the real life. What is the life of a mid-cap company? I've got 400 people, so I'm considered as a small mid-cap, whatever. I sell 50% of my business is outside of Europe. 80% is outside of France. My competitors are German, Korean, American, a little bit of Japanese as well. I don't know if I'm an hidden champion, I don't know, but I'm a committed chairwoman, that's for sure. So I would like to emphasize your statements, giving you example of what I do. My business is to provide to my customers machines or installation which are going to provide transformation of metal, meaning that my machines, my installation will transform copper, lithium, and whatever method which are used right now to go through the transformation or revolution, as we say right now. We do provide as well artificial intelligence to our machines so that the people, the operator, can improve himself and know the process of the machine. So we are also in the digital revolution we are facing. It's a family-owned company. And as you said, we rely on high qualified people. We are embedded in our small towns. I've got a factory in France, a factory in Germany, and I've got a good team in Slovakia, down to earth, in the middle of nowhere. But my people are well trained. I provided to them a higher social security level than even what France offers, even better than what is mandatory, because I trust my people and I want them with me to grow. Last December, we were fighting for 2 contracts, one in Poland, and our competitors were one. It was a Korean company installed in Poland. The competitor, one was German and one was Korean. At the same time, we had another contract negotiation in the US. My competitor were Italian and American. What was I able to sell or to negotiate during those 2 negotiations? The high qualification of my people, my high standard of living, my commitment. I do trust that circular environment, local producing, good training, those are my commitment and my values. Those I try to sell. I am not able to sell the burden that I'm facing now. One is legal matters. 10 years ago, I was taking care of the legal matters myself because it was quite easy. Social laws, a little bit on environment laws, and that was quite easy. Now I have a specific service in my company with 2 jurists. Those, they are not taking care of my contracts. They're not taking care of, is the contract with the customer in good wordings. They're taking care of all the burdens that I've got now to reply. So I'm not able to sell that, especially in front of the American competitors I had in the US, nor the Korean ones that I had in Europe. I am not able to sell either the quality control service in my company. I've been multiplied by 2. Twice in France, twice in Germany. And not to check the quality of my product, of my service, of my providing to the customer. No, they are checking if the regulation we are facing is properly handled. With lots of fear, because it's really tricky, words are really tricky to understand, and we don't really know where to put our feet. And not only I've got this burden, these costs, which I'm not able to sell, but I do not have the opportunity. Instead of hiring a jurist, I would prefer to hire a research engineer or a very good sales director to give me a better knowledge of the market or a new research development of my product. And this, I'm not able to do so. So 10 years ago, I was a small company. I was an SME. I've switched into the mid-cap because we bought some German company. I don't know if I want to continue this growth. I'm 400 people right now. I'm quite happy with that. So the burden that is put on the European companies right now is not related to the size of the company, because what you have not mentioned is that there is a domino effect. When the big customers are like ThyssenKrupp or ArcelorMittal, those companies, they are pushing us as well to provide information which I'm not yet obliged to provide to the European commissions, but they are pushing me to do so. So the domino effect will affect everyone inside the European market. So don't forget this as well. It's not a question of size, it's also a domino effect. And moreover, please, I'm only 400. I've got one jurist and an assistant jurist. I don't want to have 25% less. I want to have 50% less. I want things to be in conjunction with what I am, what I can provide, but not more. And by the way, we lost the American contract to the American competitor. We won the Polish in Poland, but we had to shrink our margin quite a lot.
Yeah, thank you very much for these insights from on the ground, so to say. And yeah, I think it's interesting to see how also regulation, even if it's not meant for small companies or SMEs or small mid-caps, it can be passed down by the large ones. And we also see that with the due diligence directive now that will come, that already large companies are asking for information, and it creates an even larger regulatory burden also for these small companies. And I think that's also something that the Commission should maybe look at and see if there are any solutions. Another issue, of course, is that we have not only the European regulation, but we also have national regulations. And ideally, we have a single market that works, where there's a level playing field where companies can move around Europe and do business without having obstacles thrown in between their feet. And but this is exactly what we see more and more. So we see that there's so-called gold plating. There's companies that face entry barriers from national legislators. And actually, the Commission this current Commission has done 80% less reviews of internal market infringements than the previous one. So it seems that it has been less of a priority, at least on the surface, than in previous commissions. And yeah, this clearly, since the single market, as we've also Commissioner Breton has underlined, is so essential for Europe's competitiveness and for its triple transitions. This is clearly something to worry about. So, Fabian, maybe you can tell us why you think it's so important we preserve the single market. Why is it so important for competitiveness, and what should be done to prevent its undermining?
Thanks, Philip. Yes, I'll try to be brief, but the single market is a very big topic. But I really want to focus on where I think we really should see action, and I hope that both the Draghi and the Letta report will actually reflect that, and will also be brutally honest about the kind of things which we need to do. Because I think it is very obvious that, yes, the single market remains one of the most important tools we have for our company's competitiveness. But there are two caveats to it. One is that it's a necessary condition, but not a sufficient one. There has to be a lot more which happens than just single market action. And the second one, and that was already in the discussion, is it has to work well to fulfill that function. And that's, I think, where there are a number of concerns. And if I go through everything which I've noted down, then we will be very, very late. So, but just to mention a few things, do we have commonly enforced, implemented standards across the whole territory of the single market? I would argue that in many areas we don't. Do we have a regulation system which essentially is from 27 regulations to one regulation, or do we have a regulation system which more and more is 27 plus one, which creates even more burden? Do we have a level playing field given the intervention we're seeing in a number of countries and the different scale that has? Do we have a good system to go beyond goods? We should recall that the single market is 4 freedoms. It is not just one freedom. When we look at issues such as the capital markets union, where we haven't made any progress for far too long. Do we have an effective removal of barriers? When you actually hear the experience of companies who are saying that, no, we are still having multiple barriers in different countries. So these are the kind of things which I think we have to address, and we have to also recognize that we now live in a different environment, which will put different and additional burdens on us. The external environment has changed. We live in a world where multilateralism is dying, and that will have a very bad impact on our companies and on the single market. We live in a world where interventionism is rife, where protectionism and neo-nationalism is increasing across the board. We will have to adapt the single market to that environment. We live in a world where in very many different sectors, things are changing rapidly, and the kind of taboos we've had at the European level will not work anymore. In technology, in artificial intelligence, in green, in defense, in security, in health, in energy, there are so many changes in these different markets, and we have to adapt the instruments we have to that. And I think what worries me probably more than anything else is that the political economy of European integration has changed. It has become more and more difficult to have that European consensus. We are now in a situation where we have to try to make policy with increasingly more fragmentation and more polarization, which also leads to much more inefficient policy. And I think this is already something we're seeing in the single market, that what Philip and I have called the industrial policy trilemma. We have to address the transitions we're going through. That will require very significant intervention, but the member states are not willing to have that intervention in common at the European level, which means something has to give. And what has to give in that situation is the single market. And that's the reality which I think we are already facing. So for the next political cycle, for me, this would be the priority. That also means we have to stop just focusing on regulation, but we have to focus on better policy making. And that also means looking at other instruments which have been taboo at the European level up to now. We should be talking about taxation, for example, because it is a far more effective instrument than regulation in many different areas. We should be talking about what we can do for skills. We should be talking about what we can do in areas like the Capital Markets Union. So I very much hope that we will have a Draghi and a Letta report, which is very hard-hitting and which shows where the very real building sites are, which we have to address within the single market. That does not mean the single market has become unimportant, rather the opposite, but we have to make sure that it works well. Thank you.
Thank you, Fabian, for outlining the importance of the single market for competitiveness, but also the pain points and what do you think should be done. And I think, yeah, the Capital Markets Union, but also skills and taxation are important points here. And of course, when we look at the massive resource mobilization that's going on in China and the US, if you want to counter that, you need to do it on the European level in order not to break the single market and break the level playing field that companies are profiting so much from. And when we talk about investing and we talk about resource mobilization. The EIB is, of course, the European Investment Bank is, of course, one of the main players here with their programs. The InvestEU and so on. They're investing in innovation, in projects that further the triple transition. But they're also keeping an eye on the investment sentiment among companies in Europe. And we all know that investment is the backbone of competitiveness. Otherwise, you can't compete. So that's why I wanted to ask Deborah, who's also looking at the investment survey that the EIB has been conducting over the past years. What is the sentiment here? What is missing for businesses when it comes to investing and looking forward? And what should be done?
Thank you. I think I will bring a few points to the answer, combining a different piece. So getting back to the story of the growth firm, and I still think one of the priority, and we see it also operationally at the institutional level, one of the concern we have is that the lack of what we call a scale-up finance. So it's our financial sector that being so much bank-based actually, and capital market not deep enough, capital market union not fully there. Then there is one gray area that is really the one that gets to mid caps at a certain point, where this scale-up finance is less present, and is something specific quite important. So we are institutionally very much looking at this part in terms of specific kind of finance needed in the transformation. But then there are a few elements I find extremely interesting. The example that Sylvie was bringing, it's exactly what we as economists, when we look at the upside of the single market, is not having to allocate these 2-3 people for looking at the different regulations and having the possibility to hire somebody that improve your product. That's exactly the cost associated to the inefficiency of a regulation. And I think that this is something where I fully agree that the single market is a super, and it's one of the biggest achievements at the European level, but it's true that there are regulations, and I guess what you were saying, that the standards you have to check, they change country by country. So it's really something that testified at the granular level, the concern on the single market and the potential upside on the other side. There is one element to consider in the net zero transition. It's true, we are talking about a market that is being designed and developed. So there is a phase in which from zero, you define the rule of the game and you create the standards for the market to develop. And I think Europe, what has done in the last year was exactly this phase. Then it's now coming to the firms, and that's a moment of change. But if everything goes well, and if the measures are rightly designed, then you have the base for developing the market. And this will be a super asset for Europe and European business in the future. But that's, I think it's a part of the design, but it depends if things go well. And partly what we see in our survey is that particularly in the net zero transition, the firms, we look at a special group of firms in the ETS system. So I normally are the large, those that are facing a more decarbonization challenge. And you have both firms that consider themselves leaders and firms that consider themselves laggards. And when you ask what's the biggest obstacle for your future transformation and decarbonization, both the leaders and the laggards are saying uncertainty or regulation. So once you have a good regulation, a fixed regulation, and the regulation is there, and you know what's the direction of travel in the net zero transition, then the ones that want to catch the business opportunity and can, they will invest more, they will innovate more and move in that direction. Those that are lagging behind, they will have to take their own decision. But what is really harmful for firms is not knowing what is the regulation. So if you don't know, it may go in the opposite direction next year. And then why do you do the investment today, betting on the new market to be developed? So on the net zero transition, my guess and my hope is that it's a phase in which the standard for the market are being set, and then it will become easier year from now, and hopefully Europe will benefit from having a new market of expansion and a new leadership in green technologies. But that's a bet. I don't know if it's correct. And I hope what we see is that the firms that see a market opportunity, it seems on the net zero transition are investing a lot. They are innovating a lot. So seeing this as an opportunity, it's a lot of investment in innovation to catch the opportunity. So our firms are growing very fast.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think you made some very important points. First of all, of course, the issue of scale-ups, but also that we're moving from market creation to market intervention, and that the regulatory certainty is needed, and that many companies don't know how to plan ahead. And I think your bet that this will become better while going forward, I think there is some truth to it, in the sense that I don't think the Commission is planning as many. They're not planning as many laws in the next mandate as in this one that was particularly rid by crises. So the hope remains that there will be some consolidation that will then create a new normal and something that companies can rely on if everything runs well. I think another issue, however, is also the international dimension of European regulation. And if we look at some of the new proposals, whether that's the CBAM, the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, that's imposing tariffs on imports with high carbon footprint, but also the due diligence directive on supply chains that requires screening on sustainability and social criteria, that has, of course, large effects also on trade partners and trade relationships that the EU has. And there the question is, I mean, some say this will level the playing field outside Europe, sort of extending the sort of single market rules outside Europe, in the sense, in the logic of a Brussels effect that would, extend European standards abroad and make actually business easier for European companies and increase competitiveness. Or you have those who say that this will actually not be accepted, that there are countries that don't have the money or nor the will to actually be told by Europe how to run their affairs. And I think that is an interesting question to address. And maybe that's the last question I will ask for the panel. And maybe Fabian, you would like to come in on that. How do you think this can be balanced? And how can Europe compete on an international level without and at the same time have high standards without sort of antagonizing their trade partners?
I think it's a very difficult question, but that was also what I was referring to when I was talking about having to build in the external dimension. We can't see the single market just in isolation. Arguably, that was never the case, but certainly in the current circumstances, it's very clear that interaction with the rest of the world is crucially important. And we also have to take into account that while we might think that from a European perspective, we are doing things for the right reasons, for general public interest objectives, that is not generally how the rest of the world sees what we are doing. They're seeing it as interventions which are aimed at protectionism and competitiveness rather than for environmental reasons or for whatever reasons we might have. And I think we often are also not clear enough internally about why we're doing certain things and whether that is really aimed at these kind of overall positive interventions. I think the one way we can address that, and that's something we're also looking at in the context of the economic security work we're doing, is in how far you can build alliances and how far you can work with like-minded partners to do something in common. But that also means making compromises and accepting that the rest of the world is not going to just listen to Europe because we are morally right. That's not an approach which actually works very well around the rest of the world. And I think we also have to face, and maybe I'll be proven wrong on this, but I think we're reaching the end of the Brussels effect. I think the idea that we can make legislation which will then just be applied by the rest of the world, it has worked remarkably well. But I think we're getting towards the end of that. So we have to find new ways of trying to convince others to follow what we do rather than relying on our systems automatically being transmitted to the rest of the world.
Thank you, Fabian. I think what you're saying is really highlighting the issue of how to balance these different goals that the EU has. So on the one hand, the green and digital transition, then economic security, and then competitiveness. And not always they go very well together. There are arguably ways to achieve them all or there's some overlaps where you can go forward, but there will have to be compromises. And where to do these compromises, that of course is a very political question. And of course, I think that's something that will be at the center of the debate here in Brussels, and of course at the center of the debate for the European parliamentary elections. And we've seen the political heat that's already there when it comes to competitiveness. It's as some of the business participants have already said, I think it's something that has the potential to be quite explosive because the business community so far has been one of the biggest supporters of the EU. If it shouldn't lose it, if we don't want the parliament, for example, but also member states to move further to the right. I would say I leave it at this for now and would still open the floor, however, to questions in case there are any. So yes, please.
Yeah, hello. My name is Uffe Hvidkjær. I'm from Denmark, and I'm a chair and founder of a citizen think tank called Europe Dialogue. Thank you so much for this event today. I just want to ask a short question. You mentioned, Fabian, the rest of the world. It's like when we talk about global players, you focus on EU, US, and China. Do we forget, for example, India? The EU delegation in India just called for individual research papers about EU-India. I'm thinking also about other G20 countries and regions, actors like Africa, Mercosur, ASEAN. Do we forget them in the big picture? Thank you.
Maybe we take another question in case there is one. Otherwise, I'd say I think that question was directed towards Fabian. So please, Fabian, you have the floor.
I should know. Do we forget about them? Yes. I would actually argue we also very often forget about the US and China when we're making policy, but especially we forget about dealing with the risks. And that's maybe something I should have mentioned in my last response as well. We are sitting in a world where we might have Trump back in the White House. So this is a major risk for our way of life, which we really have to take seriously, and we are not. But yes, we are forgetting the rest of the world because also it's inconvenient. It's much more difficult to deal with that. What we have done up to now is essentially leave it up to trade deals and then not very much engage beyond that. That's not going to work anymore in future, and that's also what you're hearing from those countries. And the reality is that the West, in general, is having a very, very difficult time at the moment at the global level. Democracies are losing, and hopefully this year will not make it worse, but there's a very good chance that it might. And we have to think much more about how we do things globally. But despite the fact that we talk a lot about it, the EU, and with that, I mean not the institution, I mean the whole of the EU, including member states, is surprisingly bad at soft diplomacy.
Thank you, Fabian, and thank you to the entire panel for joining. It was a very interesting debate. Thank you also for staying for this panel. The next panel is already waiting. I will leave the floor now to my colleague Georg Rikles, who will lead us to the next panel. Before I pass on, I would also underline again that we have that report on European mid-caps and their role in the European economy lying at the entry, so you can take it if you're interested. And there's also a QR code if you want to access it online. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Philip, and thank you to all the previous panelists. Excuse me, we'll start immediately with the next panel as we're running a little bit behind schedule. That was an excellent transition to the final panel, the third and final panel today, which is about European economic security. Does Europe have the will and capacity to act? Fabian, you ended by saying that Europe is forgetting about India, China, and the US. And of course, while we're forgetting about India, China, and the US, we also see that there are major risks in the system, major risks in the international system, and that is really the topic of this third panel, economic security. So we will start off with a brief presentation from Pavel Sriboda, who is a senior visiting fellow here at the European Policy Center, who is leading our project on economic security. And while Pavel gets going, I would like to invite our panelists up to the podium so that we'll be ready to start as soon as Pavel is finished. So thank you very much, Pavel, for kicking us off. The floor is yours.
Super. Thank you so much, Georg. I will try to be super brief, given that we need to catch up a little bit. And what I would like to share with you is a few details about the economic security project that we are launching at the EPC today, and what the assumptions for that project are. We will be publishing, as Fabian mentioned at the beginning, a framing paper next week. We want to take stock of today's discussion, re-listen to everything and digest it, and then put it in the framing report. But our starting point is really that Europe is now entering its third economic history period, so to say. And if you look back, the first one could be dated to the post-war reconstruction, the launch of the single market. The second started in 1989 with the historic enlargement, or enlargements, if you wish, and Europe's involvement in shaping globalization. But little remains of that world today. I mean, the traffic jams on the Rue de la Loi might be the same, but we are in a different reality from the point of view of how shock-prone, conflictual, and weaponized the global environment has been. And we just need to draw our lessons from it, and there is a need for, in fact, a paradigm shift. Doesn't mean that Europe will become protectionist. I think the commissioner answered that question directly. He said no. I mean, it would be crazy for the EU, whose DNA code is very much anchored on openness, to do that. Let's remember that over 80 countries in the world see the EU as the prime trading partner. For the US, it's only 20 countries. So why would we want to leave all that behind? We cannot, but we need to build a safety net into how we operate in economic affairs globally. And the safety net is about reducing undue exposure to risk, and it's equally important, identifying new areas where we can see value creation. So we cannot be delusional with respect to global governance as it is today, however much we would wish for this to be otherwise. We need to make a sober assessment of what works and what doesn't. A lot of things work. I mean, in climate policy, COP28 did contribute to meeting the climate objectives. So we need to keep that in mind, but there are a lot of elements that simply do not work at the moment. What we are going to propose next week is that the EU should perform a common economic security threat assessment, threat analysis. And what I mean by that is that, yes, there is a lot of that happening already, but it's on niche areas, be it inward investment, soon outward investment. There is a new culture of collaboration between the European Commission and the member states on these matters. But we need something much more comprehensive than this, because security risks are different for different member states. We also need to remember that these issues of resilience and economic security have to be there from the start. So they cannot be a footnote, an afterthought, because then they won't be effective. We cannot afford to develop our policies and then add the economic security dimension. It all has to happen from the outset. A lot of our thinking focuses on doubling down on scale, speed, and directionality, because if there is one single weakness of the EU model that is to be pointed at, this is it, namely that we have had a particular difficulty with scaling. Not everything is bad, of course, and I put down here a recent figure on R&D investment growth in Europe, which has been quite impressive in the last year. But nevertheless, we do have to find a way for Europe to be able to scale better. And the Commission already referred to the needs for further common borrowing, and that's what we are going to propose as well in what we call Futura funds. Common borrowing is part of that, but also drawing on institutional investors such as pension funds. This is the dormant capital in Europe, which is of massive proportions, and it's still not being utilized to the right effect. 10% of the German technological unicorns are funded by the US pension funds, and only 0.01 are funded by the German pension funds. I mean, just a small facts to reflect upon as we think about these issues. A reset of the single market is also necessary, and of course, Enrico Letta will propose how to do this. In our thinking, the mutual recognition principle that really lay at the heart of this process needs to be revisited, but in areas where Europe has competitive advantage in the world. What we propose is for the EU to apply an economic security mix consisting of 4 Ps. So you may remember the 3 Ps from the Commission's economic security strategy, that's promote, protect, and partner. We are adding a 4th P, and that's to prepare, because we are strongly convinced that there is a lot that has to be done in the area of anticipation, in the area of preparing the ground and analysis. Institutionally, the EU needs to create an EU Economic Security Council, so a platform by means of which the relevant actors will be able to converge. Other countries have developed their own approaches. Japan has a minister for economic security. The White House has just set up a task force for supply chains. The EU cannot afford to do a patchwork approach like before. We need to have a clear-cut solution institutionally on these matters. So this takes me at the end to the project itself. We will do policy research. We'll start with a framing paper next week. We will then look into some of the sectorial challenges in digital and tech, in energy, and hopefully in health as well. We will then look at the single market and economic security, what needs to be done, and we will look at the institutional dimension, which I outlined just before. We'll be in intensive dialogue with policymakers at the EU level and in the member states, and we will come up with recommendations for the next Agenda 24-29 before taking this a little bit outside of Europe towards like-minded countries that also need to be absolutely involved and kept on board. So we have a number of partners to whom we are grateful for supporting this project and for being knowledge partners. So in alphabetical order, Électricité de France, Equinor, Intel, Polska Grupa Energetyczna, and Vodafone Institute. We are in discussions with a number of other potential partners like ASML and the European Investment Bank and a couple of others. And we would very much like to rely on your insights with respect to how this project is framed and how it is conducted in the future. We will have a dedicated website and lots of interactive tools to stay in touch about that. So please stay tuned. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Pavel. That was excellent. You took us from the big sweep of Europe's recent economic history to indeed the demands on Europe now when it comes to economic security, the multidimensional demands. And I think the previous panels have really highlighted the number of challenges one is facing now as the Union, and definitely economic security together with competitiveness is part of that. If the previous mandate started out with the twin transition, digital and green, at least a third major transition has to be added, I think, for the next mandate, and that's the transition to economic security, and of course all the trade-offs involved in that. I have with me today an excellent panel to round off the day and to discuss this. Directly to my right, Matthew Baldwin, Deputy Director General of DG Energy, Wouter Baljon, who is EU Government Affairs Lead of ASML, Luisa Santos, Deputy Director General of Business Europe, and I skipped Martin Sandberg, who is economics commentator of the Financial Times. Thank you very much to all of you. We're looking for a dynamic and interactive discussions. I think you have all very valid insights on this. And I wanted to start directly with you, Matthew. Economic security, I think for a lot of our citizens, and actually Commissioner Breton started out with the citizens' perspective this afternoon. And to citizens, economic security, the way they really felt it, it's been about energy. And it's been about the cost of energy, the uncertainty, the headlines talking about the potential of rolling blackouts last year. Now, is this under control? What is the situation now? I'd like to ask you to sort of start off on what you know best, energy security, and maybe also make some comments on the other angle linked to this, which is obviously about competitiveness. That's something that's really been highlighted also in today's debates, the competitiveness of European economy, of European business. And we all know that the energy prices are a big part of that, and what needs to happen at the EU level in terms of investment. Some brief comments, and we'll take it on from there. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Georg. Thanks for having me on. And I mean, clearly we don't have an energy security issue. We're in the warmest room in the Northern Hemisphere, which I'm very grateful. I've been wearing like 5 layers all day in our commission buildings, heated to sort of 18.5 degrees. And anyway, so thank you. But this is body heat, right? This is the power and the heat of ideas in the EPC. Look, how long have you got on this? This is our 3rd winter, actually, in the sense of energy trauma, Russian-induced energy trauma and turbulence. The crunch, of course, really began in February 2022. And you're right, implied in your question was, could the EU get its act together? We are not renowned for our unity and our speed of action in crises. I think in this crisis, modestly, I would suggest to you that we did pretty well. We did things like, and thanks, by the way, if anyone's in this room who came up with this idea of Article 122 for this emergency regulation, boom, right through, it gave us enormous powers and enabled us to act quickly when we needed to together. We, under that beautiful article, we were able to do demand reduction. We set a target of 15%. We've actually exceeded that. We've rolled it over. It's still in application. I think the latest figure is 18% reduction in our gas demand. We did an emergency storage regulation. Again, we said 90% reduction, sorry, 90% storage, and we're just under 90% even now in January. And let's see how this cold snap takes that number down, but we're still well ahead of the projections given for us by the IEA. We created an energy platform, which is my honor to run, which is looking at how we can bear down on Russian gas, how we can reach out to new suppliers, how we can build rapidly new infrastructure to deal with it. And then picking up your price point, we've also produced a market correction mechanism, which has been so successful, yet we haven't had to use it. And it's kept things under wrap. If you like, the challenge we faced in this thing we call Repower, one of our better titles, I would say, was whether we could meet the political imperative of getting rapidly and substantially out of Russian gas. And I confess it's something of a joint venture with the Kremlin. They took the gas away as quickly as we got out of it, without hurting our energy security. And if you look at some of the numbers, it was an extraordinary challenge. We had 155 billion cubic meters, apologize for this number, of Russian gas in 2021, and we are now somewhere below 40 in an unprecedentedly short period of time. So how did that number come out? 50 billion cubic meters through saving. As I mentioned, some industrial curtailment, which is tough and very difficult in the industry is concerned. But yes, some changed household consumption patterns. 50 billion cubic meters of diversification, more from Norway. Thank you very much, Georg, for your home country. Masses of US LNG, 40% of gas imports are now LNG. Azerbaijan, Israel, Algeria all chipped in. But 15 billion cubic meters of increased renewables production just in the course of that last year, which came on stream, and prices being stabilized now at higher than, but closer to pre-war levels. Go on, I'm provoking you.
No, I want to challenge you a bit, because you're telling a fantastic success story. Yes. And of course, we are working on EU policies, and of course, we're chairing the EU on to deal with this crisis. But and okay, maybe it's gone pretty well. But I think the Commission should never get too comfortable.
We are not. Trust me.
It probably doesn't. But if the EU is to move forward, and 18.5. and let me pick up on something. And not so long ago, the Commission put on the table this wind power package. And so I looked a little bit into the figures around wind power. And you're talking about what's happened in terms of transitioning towards renewables, and we all know the role that renewables have to play. The target for 2030 is for wind is 35% of all the electricity produced in Europe. You know what we're at now? We're 18%.
Yeah.
And then we say we're going to reach those 35% by building 30 gigawatts of more wind power capacity every year.
Yeah.
You know how much we're managing to build?
16.
Yeah, so you know the figures. All right. And so there's a huge gap between where we need to be in 2030, and there's a huge gap in terms of what we manage to do every year. And then so we have this wind power package. Everybody's being positive about it. And of course, one needs to talk oneself up. We can do it for economic security. We can do it for the climate. We can do it for competitiveness. But does it really all add up? Isn't there chance of failure in this we're actually looking at? And you can even link this back to economic security. We used to be very proud of our turbine manufacturers. I think they are in great trouble. Some of them have been. They don't get their materials, et cetera, et cetera. That's part of the story. And at the same time, we have Goldwind and other Chinese turbine manufacturers knocking on the door and say, okay, why don't you just give those contracts to us? We'll do it cheaper. To me, it sounds like quite a dramatic picture we're in right now.
So what's your question?
What are we doing about it?
Well, I mean, you answered it in a way already, because we do have an issue. We've installed these 16 gigawatt numbers that you denigrate are actually records compared in terms of the amount of installed wind capacity year by year. In fact, it was 16, I think, in 2022, and again 16 last year. And yes, we know that has to increase, which is why we came with the Wind Action Plan.
Yeah.
And this isn't just another kind of commission, listen up, everybody, here's what you have to do thing. We had agreed at the last Energy Council in December a wind action charter, or the wind charter, I think it's called, whereby the member states said, yeah, we agree, and this is what we're going to do. And it isn't easy. You mentioned the difficulties in the industry. In fact, almost all the industry is European installed. We're monitoring, before you ask me, the ongoing potential unfair competition in the market, and naming no names as to where that might be coming from. But we need to take this piece by piece. This is actually a breakdown of what we need to do for the European Green Deal as a whole, to look at how we implement on the ground. It's not enough, as you imply, just to set the targets and say, right, that will happen because the Commission has said so, with a sort of nodding, grudging approval of the member states. It's got to be done on the ground by looking at the permitting rules. We've done that already in 22. We looked at it again in 23. We looked at it again to look at electricity market design. And again, a successful way of trying to make sure that renewables over time will become more the price setters of our energy prices. We know we've got to get that step increase, and these are the ways we are trying to achieve it. Solar, you didn't mention. Solar, by the way, really in record numbers, really bounding ahead. So it's not all negative. We know we've got to get there, but it's going pretty well.
Okay, there's a lot of can-do spirit. I want to move on, and I propose to move on to Louisa. This can-do spirit, at the same time, what's underlying a lot of this are dire trade-offs. We touched upon it. Between economic security or economic efficiency and economic security, climate targets, etc., etc. I wanted to ask you, you're representing the European business here. Are we starting to focus too much on security in Europe and not enough on competitiveness? And it's part of the debate we've had also earlier today, versus protect and promote. I think somebody said that we're playing far too much defense and not enough offense. Of course, when you listen to Matthew, it sounds all very offensive, but what's your perspective on this?
Well, I think we are playing offensive in some areas and very defensive on other areas. Well, first, there is a problem because, of course, the geopolitical context has changed. We have war in Europe right now, and this has created a different sense also on the business community, that there is a problem of security. But we should not overdo it also, because we have other problems that we need to deal with, and we have not dealt with yet, including our competitiveness, because what we have seen in these last years is that compared to other partners, in terms of overall the competitiveness of Europe, we are not in such a good shape. So we should make sure that by addressing legitimate security concerns, we are not harming our competitiveness, and we continue to grow. Because, by the way, to do the digital and the green transition, we need to grow. And this is not a given at this stage. So security should not be another weight that prevents us from growing economically and from being competitive. So that's first point. So we need to be careful because we need to assess the risks. I mean, I agree that we need to do a proper assessment. What security risks do we have? Are we having the necessary tools to address them? How will we address them? How can we improve? We have a big challenge in Europe that the US and Japan don't have. Security, national security, it's national, it's member states, it's not an European competence. And this is a problem because when we are talking about specific action, especially on the protect side, but also on the promote, we have sometimes a clash between the member states and the European Commission. So that is one challenge we need to win. And the second one is, of course, that we need to remain open and we need to partner with countries in the world. I think the worst thing we can do is to use the security to close the borders and to use the security to limit our exports and our investments. Because, by the way, the leverage we have right now in Europe, also the leverage that we've been using to try to promote the rules that we are developing in Europe, comes from the fact that we are strong economically in the world. I mean, we talked already how important we are as a trading partner for many countries. I mean, we don't want to lose this. We want to reinforce this. We are one of the biggest investors in the world, in Africa, in Latin America, in Asia. So we should not harm this by limiting too much the capability of our companies to invest. And my last point is you need to trust business. Because, yeah, but I'm saying because it is sometimes people think about it, but by the way, the success on energy, it came also because business acted. And business continues to act. Business, and I'm sure Fausto will talk about it, business is assessing the risk and adapting to the risks much faster than politicians. So you need to trust the companies to do their own work as well.
Can I pick up on that? I want to come back also to the point you're making, which is very interesting, comparison US, Japan, national security is national security, whereas I want to test Wouter on this. How do we deal with national security at European level? But on this thing that the business is doing the job, I think that's an interesting point. Of course, in a sense, business, they're the foot soldiers of economic security. They're the weather vanes of economic security. And of course, this picture we have of the world now, with all the crises, that it is quite dramatic. Not so long ago, 6 months ago, I think it was President von der Leyen who was almost sitting where Matthew is sitting now, and she was saying that with quite an impressive speech I found on EU-China relations, and I think it was the first one set-piece speech by a leader of EU institutions on EU-China relations.
The de-risking speech.
The de-risking speech. And she was talking about China that has moved from openness and reform to security control. And she was talking about China, which is on the clear path and push to become less dependent on the world, but while making the world more dependent on China. And you're saying that European business is taking this seriously, that it is acting. If you look at the figures from the US, I think their import dependence vis-a-vis China has gone down over a couple of years from 21% to 15%. So something is happening. Whereas I feel the story a lot in Europe is you have this or that big companies, we don't need to name them, that are investing massively now in China. Is there sort of a China risk there that European business is not seeing or not willing to act on or not capable on acting on, since you're saying that business is doing the job or managing all this?
Well, again, we need to come back to what is the security risk. Is it dependencies on imports? Is it dependencies on value chains? Because a lot of the analysis is based on trade flows. What do we import? Where do we export? Where on raw materials we depend from country A, B, and C, where our exports depend on country A, B, or C. And by the way, if we talk about exports, the main country where we export is the US. Is this a risk or not? So I think we really need to assess what risks are. So for us, I think one of the main questions is you need to diversify. You should not put all your eggs on one basket. I think everyone does that also in his private life. So the problem we have is when we see a risk, we need to mitigate those risks by diversifying suppliers, for instance. I think on critical minerals, we have a problem, either China or also other countries, where we have too much dependency on one critical mineral from country A, B, or C. Is this good? No. Should we find alternatives? Yes. Some should be done in Europe. Others will not be able to be done in Europe. But then companies are, in many cases, assuming, if we're talking about China specifically, China plus one policy. There's a lot of investments going also in other countries right now, in Vietnam, also in India, Indonesia, Philippines, you name it. Other companies decide to invest more in China. Is this considered to be a risk? Maybe for the company business, but that is a company decision. I think for the European Union, what we need to think is the overall picture for Europe in areas where we consider that from a strategic point of view, we need to have certain autonomy or at least not depend on one country. Are we in a good shape or not? I would say in many of these areas, we are not. but we are in the process of taking action on it.
Yeah, before you jump in, Matthew, I just want to remind the audience, both online and in person, of course, that there will be questions. So I see some questions ticking in online already. So please feel free to have your questions ready. I wanted to move on now to Wouter, but if it's just one sentence, I'll allow you.
Thank you. I mean, totally agree with what you say, Luis, on diversity. And for goodness sake, on energy, have we learned our lesson on that or not? I mean, that dependence on Russia as a single supplier, and now as we're looking, as you rightly say, on critical raw materials, it's essential we learn that lesson. And again, I think that's what this speech that President von der Leyen is about. And yeah, when we talk about strategic autonomy, what better way to develop that than domestically produced renewables and other forms of domestically produced energy? I think we are getting our act together at last, and there are lessons to pick up, as you said. Thank you.
All right, excellent. So de-risking China plus one business is seeing these realities, and of course they have to make up their own risk assessment. I'm wondering whether it's the big and also the smaller companies that manage so, but I think it's in light of the discussion we had previous panel, but it's in a sense reassuring. Now, I wanted to move on to you, Wouter, because you're from a company that nobody knew about 5 years ago, or at least I didn't know about it. And it's quite a wonderful story in a way. The one point I was explained to me was, we all know the coronavirus. I think the size of the coronavirus is 100 nanometers. And what you guys are doing is that you're building chips or the manufacturing equipment that can make chips the size of 2 nanometers. So 1/50th of the coronavirus, and it's not just an item or something you're making, it's something that can actually compute. So it is quite a complex story, and also I think a story when we have this pessimism often in Europe about not being tech leaders, etc. At least we can look to ASML. But you're not here for a company pitch. What I wanted to hear from you, and I think a lot of people obviously are picking up this from the news and been following quite closely. You're in the midst of a war, a technology war, a Sino-American technology war through export controls. And as we talk about economic security, is the EU helpful to you? Is the Commission helpful to you? Do we as Europeans in any way have agency in this fight around technology and about lots more, of course? But what's your view on that?
Yeah, so first of all, that was my knee. First of all, apologies for getting between you all, between drinks and canapes, and that you have to listen to me. And congratulations to Pavel, because I thought those recommendations were spot on, and I saw them for the first time, so that was very nice. Yeah, so we're one of the enablers of this advanced chip production that Georg referred to, and one of the 4 critical technologies that also Breton referred to. And for those that have read the book Chip War, they will know that this battle has been going on for 50 years, and well, what few of us now know, thanks to Bloomberg Politico and Commissioner Breton, is that there's a European company that is in the midst of this, what I would describe as a chip equipment conflict that was unleashed by the United States on 7 October of 2022, outside of the multilateral fora in which there was previously discussion on these topics. And the EU has a handful of pawns. It's not just us. There's others. And yeah, what is also interesting to reflect upon is that the consequences of this conflict are not necessarily only within our industry. If you think about China announcing controls on gallium, germanium, graphite, rare earth metals. Sorry. I mean, a lot. China is trying to increase its leverage and is not using it yet, but who knows what is to come. And going to economic security and geoeconomic statecraft, which is the topic of this panel. And apologies for using a football analogy, but if you think about the Champions League of economic security and geoeconomic statecraft, we have to think of the United States, we have to think of China, and we also have to think of Japan. If you think of the Europa League or the Tier 2, we look at countries, particularly in our industry, like Korea, like Taiwan, and at best, Europe, the EU as a collective. So the EU clearly, if you listen to Breton, aspires to be in this Champions League, but for high technology, they struggle to perform at Europa League level. So there's an awful lot to do. And why? Because I think for the rules and the reflexes in this world of geoeconomic statecraft, there are effectively 3, maybe 4 European countries that have been there, and one has unfortunately left the European Union. A certain humbleness, in my view, would certainly help the EU to act as a collective, particularly in high technology. We are not an incumbent, unfortunately, as the EU 27. We are a challenger, and we need also the instruments and the approaches to reflect this. We might speak of the Geopolitical Commission, but at this point, I think it's only as geopolitical as the Franco-German axis allows it to be. And we also don't have the manpower to really be in this Champions League.
So what is it that the US and Japan are doing that we're not, that Thierry Breton is not doing, or any commission? It's not only Thierry Breton, obviously. There's a package coming now on the 24th of January. Is that a game changer? And a lot of things are being announced, right? What is it that's happening in the US that we're not doing?
Right. So as I said towards the very end, I think it's also a numbers game. I think Europe doesn't have the amount of state officials that are looking into economic security that Japan and the United States have. We also, as the EU, and that's also maybe the fault of the EU member states, we haven't acknowledged that export controls has become an industrial policy instrument. We still live in this la-la land that it's about dual-use goods, it's military-civil fusion. But if you look at what the United States is doing, and I highly recommend reading last night's report from the committee, I mean, it's all about curtailing the ability of China to make industrial progress. So yeah, the only way that I think also Europe can get there is by acting collectively. I'm not necessarily advocating for a bigger role of the European Commission, even though that would help, but European member states coming together, involving industry a little more clearly, which again goes to some of the recommendations that Pavel was making. So I'm echoing things that he has probably said already.
Oh, all right. So we can probably get back to that if we have time. Sort of the whole promote agenda one needs. But it's interesting. I mean, you sitting here as a Dutchman. I presume you're Dutch, no? Yeah. Saying 2 things. One, we don't have enough Matthew Baldwins. So
you can have too much of a good thing.
You will not have.
He's a cyclist.
We don't have enough commission officials. So you're saying to look into this, to deal with this, to prepare, etc. And 2, we don't have a proper industrial policy at EU level. And to me, that's a Copernican revolution compared to what one has been hearing from a lot of, well, say the liberal Nordics, to put it that way, over the past decades. But it maybe does fit with this paradigm shift we're in. But I mean, it's also a good transition for Martin, because of course you've been following geopolitics, geoeconomy, industrial policies for a long time. You've written about what's happening in Europe, what's happening in the US, and of course when you hear about US, you think Inflation Reduction Act. There are massive investments and measures that are taken. But I think another point that is lying behind all this, both the Inflation Reduction Act, but also what's happening on technology, is that trust isn't there anymore, and trust in market isn't there anymore. And you have the US National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, who spoke about the sliding scale advantage on technology vis-a-vis China that is not good enough anymore. They need to stop Chinese technological development to cool. But he also did this speech at Brookings not so long ago, and he says, markets don't work. We're in a strategic environment when markets don't work. That is quite dramatic for Europe, that has been relying on the WTO, on this economic order, on the Washington consensus. How do you see this? Can we still believe in open trade in Europe when the Americans are saying markets don't work? Can we still somehow defend this system? How can we defend these norms? What kind of incentives can we use? How do you see this from the FT and from London?
Thanks, Georg. Thanks for having me. I mean, it's such a big and important topic. I recommend everyone should read this speech, the Jake Sullivan speech. It's a very good speech. It's a powerful speech, and it really sets out. There's no, we don't have to guess about how they're thinking. It's very clear how they're thinking. It's a big shift in American thinking, but it's a particularly big shift in American thinking. That's where I want to start answering your question. So you want to read the kind of biggest statements from Sullivan's speech in the context of a domestic political environment where he's up against an ideological enemy, if you like, that's much stronger than we've ever had here. So Europe never went as far, I think, in saying markets are perfect, globalization, hey-ho, and so on. We never went quite that far. We're always quite comfortable with intervention on this continent. We're always somewhat uncomfortable about the uncontrolled effects of free markets. So in a sense, the pendulum didn't have to swing as much. And so I think that's the first contextual point to make about Jake Sullivan's point. And of course, he didn't just say that markets and globalization don't work. He says that an oversimplified belief in the market's ability to always allocate capital and labor efficiently, that was wrong. But he also adds that, but of course, we want to harness markets where we can. So, another phrase he often uses is this phrase of, what is it? Small yard, high fence, right? So you're going to be very strict on a couple of sectors, but the rest you can sort of, it's not quite doing what was done before, but it's not as bad as you put it in your provocative way of stating the question. That's context, right? But of course, there is a huge change. The change, I think, it's not so much in kind of going from totally free markets. Even the US was never totally free market, right? If you're a business in the US or if you're a taxpayer in the US, there's a hell of a lot of paperwork, for example. I think what is new, and protectionism, but I think what is new, and what is new for Europe, and particularly new for Europe, is this sense not just that you regulate markets, but that you have a political direction for the total productive structure of the economy. So this idea, the economist Danny Roderick has this nice phrase, and others use it too, about how growth has not just a rate, but a direction. So the economy develops not just at a certain pace, but into a certain shape. And I think what is new is that more politicians, or let's say the sort of general view in politics, and among economists, I should add, kind of policy economists, you see it at the IMF, for example, is a willingness to say, well, we should be thinking about how policy shapes that overall structure. So it's not just about, avoiding bad outcomes in particular sectors, redistributing incomes, these sort of more single-dimensional ways of controlling or reining in markets. It's a sort of much more overall view of how the whole economy looks, and we're going to start to have policy preferences about that. That's kind of the starting point. Now, one reason for that is insecurity, right? Geopolitical insecurity. China stopping rare earths export to Japan as early as 10 years ago. The whole worry about Huawei 5-6 years ago, and of course the energy crisis and Putin's weaponization of gas, and the awareness that a lot of bad things could be done to us, right? But there are other reasons for being willing to think about the structure, the whole structure of the economy being a policy objective. Climate change is one. So what we've decided to do about climate change, I mean, we have decided to decarbonize our economies. So this is the first time, I think, there've been 3, 4, 5 energy transitions in human history. And this is the first one that's driven from the top down in terms of policy, rather than just the technological changes making one fuel overtaking a previous energy source. So that's also something that's made us, maybe we haven't even all sort of admitted that that's what we're doing, but we have said, okay, collectively, through policy, we will change the productive structure, the energy structure in this case, of the economy. And I think also the whole backlash against the inequality, left behind regions is a big part of this. It's sort of saying, well, actually, we need to think about the regional structure of the economy. all of this is very meta level, right? It's just saying we have to be aware of these things now. Security, geopolitical security is one of them. It's at a meta level compared to asking the important question, what are the risks? Yeah. So the fact of becoming aware of what's happening at this meta level, we need to have a direction for the productive structure of the economy that leads to saying, well, then we need to identify how, in what direction, what are the threats. And of course, getting one doesn't determine what the lower level is. So you could be a very geopolitically oriented commission and think that it's a great idea to increase energy dependence on Russia, right? Those are not inconsistent logically, right? So we may continue to have a strategic view of economic security. It may change over time what we think the risks are, and that's right? But we need to do the hard work of establishing what they actually are.
Yeah. As you're speaking, I'm getting a question in here from online. It's quite funnily worded. So it's directly to response to you, Martin. So it says, so the US IRA is A-OK. Is that what you're saying? Are you justifying this kind of interventions? I mean, and maybe I can add some context or try to interpret it, that question on my side. But you're saying, okay, we're in a moment now when one needs to have give a direction to the protective system, and there can be, I guess, good reasons for that. Climate change, you want to scale up capacity for energy transition and those kind of things. But I mean, if we look at the US IRA, I would say that maybe there are three big lessons for Europe. One is obviously the amazing scale and speed of what the Americans are doing. When it first came out, was it 18 months ago? One talked about $360 billion of investment in the green economy. Now I think the updated Congress figures is that it's 700 billion, even though they haven't consolidated them. Goldman Sachs is saying it's 1.2 trillion. So they're doing something at the speed and scale that we can't do in Europe. So already, possibly, that's another debate. The second thing I think is still quite important. You seem to be downplaying that a little bit, Martin. I think it is a trade and investment war. It's not actually the EPC, but it's a Bruegel chart that sort of shows on these columns how much of it that is protectionist or WTO actionable, and it is significant. If it's 360 billion, it's 70, 80, 90 billion. Well, if it's 700 billion, I guess it's a lot more. So we are really in something that seems like very contrary to the rules we believe in. And you're saying sort of the pendulum hasn't swung that far, but I think it's quite dramatic. I hear people are saying WTO is on life support if it's not dead already. It's simply not part of the game plan, neither for the US and China. And then I think there's a third dimension, and bringing this down to economic security again, that we don't talk enough about. But the way I interpret the CHIPS Act, the US Inflation Reduction Act, is also that the Americans are saying or thinking, well, they know that they're in a strategic competition with China. They know that there are big risks in the systems, Taiwan, et cetera, and they know that in the case of conflicts or wars are won by those who can mobilize industry, the resources, technology over time. And I think if the US Inflation Reduction Act, CHIPS Act, et cetera, put so much emphasis on bringing natural resources, technology, value chains, industry home, either to US, or if not to the US, to North America, I think that's part of their thinking also. And I think there's quite something a bit scary in this, obviously. And I'm wondering, you seem to be saying, okay, we can still manage within this international system. I'm wondering, linking this back to economic security, are we as Europeans capable, and it's a question to all of us, I guess, of thinking through the utmost consequences of economic security and risk in the system? In the sense, if you see it as an onion, if you peel the layers off, the core of economic security, there's the question of possible conflict. Are we capable? Do we have the institutional structures, the capacity to think through this today? So that was a bit of an evolution of thought from the AOK IRA question, but
But I think it's exactly the sort of evolution of thought we need. I assume I'm answering first, right? You said it for everyone, but look, this shift to thinking about shaping the whole economy, it's new for us. It's not new for China. Okay, that's what China's been doing for 20, 30 years. Belt and Road is about that, for example. Standard setting is about that. The US has caught up very fast, as you said, and that's what they're doing with the IRA. I'm happy to say, actually, the IRA is A-OK. In terms of the sizes of the subsidies, they're kind of catching up with where we already are. And they're demonstrating that within a democratic capitalist system, you can quite rapidly actually restructure the economy. That's a good lesson. That should be an inspiration, right? Not something to fear or want to stop or frustrate. But to get to the core of the question you ask, Georg, basically what all of this is forcing us to do is to ask, well, to what extent are we worried as Europeans about being vulnerable to a Xi Jinping decision to suddenly stop sending us something we really depend on, right? Yeah, protective equipment, maybe chips. I mean, I think we should be worried. This is a debate we have as citizens, right? But if we should be worried, then we have to say, well, then, clearly our preferred outcome is one where we are less dependent. And that may simply mean less globalization. Now, less globalization isn't the same as less openness, right? So globalization, there are sort of two senses of globalization. One is the kind of literal sense, trade across the whole globe. The more interesting sense is the economic sense, deepening cross-border integration. I mean, I think that's what we're very good at in Europe, right? I think for the reasons we've talked about, there is now pressure towards a regionalization of the global economy. North America, Europe, China, and then a lot of the other countries may well have to start choosing, right, between blocks. That's not deglobalization, except in this literal sense, because it will come with increased integration at the regional levels, I think. And we certainly need to do it in Europe, and we're quite good at it. The IMF had a study out a month or two ago about how, first of all, how good Europe is at this and how sort of well set up we are in terms of the different abilities of the different countries in Europe, but also how much more there is to gain to integrate more deeply inside Europe. Yep.
No, time is flying fast.
Sure.
I want to give the other panelists the opportunity to come in and also to see if we have any questions from the floor. I think that's excellent. Less globalization does not mean less openness. That's something to ponder upon. Are there any questions? There's a question over here. Can we start with that one? I know Matthew wanted to come in on this topic. And of course, the question we're asking here underlying is, does Europe have the will and capacity to act? And I think we've heard different answers for the time being. Business, yes. Wouter says no. Matthew is very can-do about it. But now, question from the floor.
While the microphone gets to you, sir,
Yeah.
just quickly to chip in on this, I pick up what you said. I mean, I suppose I should be making all sorts of technical, clever arguments about the IRA and WTO, but I'm not going to. It is the first time that the Americans have taken the energy transition front on and done something about it in a transformative way. And I think we forget that. And they are responding to European leadership, with all modesty. It is the European continent which has taken the energy transition first. And, in some sense, if we were a little more confident and modest, we would say that the US and China are now following our lead. The Chinese are doing extraordinary things in the energy transition. Are we capable of thinking this through, this integration? I think so. And by the way, integration isn't just a byproduct of the European Union. It's the essence of the European Union and what we've been trying to achieve. So look, I again, maybe I'm an old knackered old cart horse who's been dealing with this stuff too long. But I'm very confident that we are going in the right direction. Can we go fast enough? That's a big question. Do we have the money? The institutional question, that's huge. Will the member states work with us? We will need to be much, much more cohesive and joined up in the coming years, exactly as you said, Mark. And I'm very sorry I had to run off, so I was really jumping.
Oh, that's why you jumped in. All right. Well, thank you for coming, Matthew. We're running a little bit over time. Let's have the question from the floor, and then I want to hear from Louisa and Wouter.
I go from the Chinese mission here. It's not necessarily a question, but a clarification I seek from Wouter, from Ismail. you talked about towards the end of intervention that all America is doing is to curtail China's development of industry capabilities. But later you said that you want European or EU to join the exercise. What do you mean by joint exercise? Did you say joint exercise? Because if the answer is yes, to join hands with US, then it will be coming a little bit ugly and dirty. Because as you obviously says, what America is doing is not about economic security. It's about America's supremacy in the world, right? This is about geopolitics. And EU has been promoting is a little bit, we assume, a little bit different. If you want to join this exercise as a friends or like-minded groups, then it will be different. Then you can't claim to be a cheerleader of free trade on the other side. And also, if you want to join the exercise, then you have to do, think about the opportunities, because next year there's a possibility of
we got the question. Thank you. I want to ask if there's another question from the floor, because I don't think we'll have time for another round after that. Is there somebody else? Well, I've taken the one from the online audience. Is there somebody else in the room who would like to ask the question before I'll give Louisa and Wouter the opportunity to respond? Anyone? Nope. But so much better. More speaking time for you, Wouter. Yeah. Is it only the US that is engaged in this strategic race around technology, and sort of Europe is the victim, China is the victim, or is it? I think you mentioned some other examples.
Yeah. And maybe I just desperately need a drink, but I don't recollect that I was saying that the EU should join the US exercise. As a matter of fact, I think the EU needs to make its own assessment on what it considers a meaningful way forward regarding its China relations, and should also make its own assessments and thinking about risks. Let's take the example of Taiwan. In the United States, the view is almost that there's already war in the Taiwan Strait. So the fact that ASML gets more than a third of its revenue from Taiwan is, in the US, considered a risk. Whereas I believe that in Europe, in trading countries such as the Netherlands, but also in Germany, in France, let's say an open trade relationship with East Asia is not considered a risk per se. So if it gives you any peace of mind, I was not suggesting in any way that there was going to be a joining of any exercise. Also not my call.
Yeah, I wanted also, and we'll wrap up relatively soon now. So I think so a final round of comments from our panelists. But I think I sort of find it a shame to have you here and not to ask you what's needed. So you said your disappointment around EU's agency capacity to act in terms of defending actors like European actors in this tech race, but ASML has managed to grow to become this tech juggernaut in Europe. What is needed? We've got talk about sovereignty fund. Pavel speaks about the Futura fund, and so on and so forth. And of course, it's also a question for Louisa and for Martin. You're welcome to comment on the other question as well. But sort of as a final pitch, what is it? What can be the game changer in Europe for us to be in a much more comfortable position in this game of strategic leverage around technology, around value creation?
Yeah, so to build a little bit onto this, I think if you look at the growth curve of ASML, and it's safe to say that we've mushroomed quite a bit over the past 10 years, and that has happened for a variety of reasons. But the next 10 years look equally promising, purely from a market perspective. But that's if you take geopolitics aside, and if you start thinking about geopolitics, then that there needs to be a realization that first and foremost countries need to come together. And what I've not seen, but let's wait until the 24th of January, is what is the collective view? What is the EU Council view on economic security? I think what Commissioner von der Leyen, what President von der Leyen thinks, and what the Commission thinks is now abundantly clear. Also, we listened to Commissioner Breton, but where do the big member states stand on this? What is their willingness to really join forces and to also enable the Commission to be a supporting force in all of this?
So we don't have a clear idea amongst the member states of what we want to do and need to do. Louise and Martin, I let you come in with sort of your final comments, reflecting on what you want to finish off on. Ladies first, Louisa, your microphone's already on.
Thank you. No, a couple of comments on what was said as well by Martin. On the IRA, I mean, the overall objective, the underlying objective, we all agree, it's very good. What is not good is the discriminatory measures. I think that is the problem. And it's not just a question of respecting the rules, it's the impact they have. The transatlantic relation is based on investments on the EU and US. And these investments on the EU and US, they generate trade. What the US did with the IRA is change the pattern. It's saying now, if you want to sell in the US, or at least to have access to certain tax benefits, you need to produce here. You need to invest here. You cannot do it, you cannot serve the US market from Europe. And of course, this creates a precedent, and we're already seeing, of course, certain European governments taking the same measures. So it will have a significant impact on the transatlantic relation if this continues. And therefore, in our partnership with the US. So it's not just a legal, an abstract architecture, is that it has consequences on the relationship we have with the US. On the rules and the multilateral trading system, of course, we all agree that WTO is in a very difficult situation. But let's admit we don't have WTO anymore. What will happen? It will be the Wild West. Do we win as European Union? We don't have a military capacity. The only leverage we have is precisely the respect of rules, is to have a common understanding, is that we have ways of asserting our interest by using these rules. We don't have the military power of the US, nor the capabilities of China. So we'll be losing in this whole architecture. And that's why we still remain very much committed to these rules. And by the way, if we continue like this, it's also at the European level that we will be having more and more everyone doing the same and its own interests, and there the integration that we're talking about could be put in question.
Excellent. Thank you, Louisa. I think we have some drinks and some canapes waiting, but I know, but I want to give you the floor. But I think it is quite noteworthy what you're saying, Louisa, about this erosion of a sort of transatlantic open space and the barriers coming up. Because I think you're very right to point that we need it for politically to stick together with the Americans. We need it for competitiveness. But I think also an argument that came out earlier in the debate, we also need it for economic security. Economic security is about diversifying. There's no better way of diversifying than bringing down trade barriers. And if barriers to trade and investments going up, it goes in the opposite direction. But before we get the drinks, the final word is yours, Martin. That's a big responsibility.
Yeah. Look, one side's economic security is the other side's bullying, right? It's always perceived that way. That's how we perceive the IRA. It's how we perceive some Chinese policies. It's how China and others perceive CBAM. But that's the initial reaction. So we can be a bit more nuanced than that. I wanted to just quickly touch on the WTO, sort of Europe in a slightly fragmenting world. Do we hold on to being champions of a multilateral order? Well, I mean, if I'm right that strong forces are pushing us towards more regionalization, then I think the best European strategy kind of diplomatically is to be, in light of what I just said, the least bullying of the different regions, right? So offering what looks the most like the old system, while protecting our interest. I mean, I think the kind of parallel appeals process at the WTO was a good example of how that can be done. CBAM, I think, is a good example of how you can you can focus on economic security or promote economic security without stopping being open. So I think of CBAM in part as a security policy because it protects a very important policy goal for us against the undermining of some economic interest, the industrialization in these sectors. It's not open, right? It simply imposes the same constraints on outside players as on European companies. There's nothing that's not open about that. It's not protectionist about that any more than it's protectionist to put product standards on imported children's toys or electronic components, right? So we need a bit of nuance to see that there are things we can do that there isn't always a trade-off between security and openness or security and markets. But we do need, I finished by coming back to what you asked us about, Georg. We do need to get more used to thinking about conflict, hopefully in the sort of what the game theorists will call off the equilibrium path, right? Hopefully things that will never happen. But to the gentleman from the Chinese missions question. So, I'm not ASML, but I care very much about ASML not allow exporting equipment to China that allows China to put chips into missiles that are of the same quality as the chips we put into our missiles and the American put into their missiles, that they could possibly pass on to Russia. Okay? Now, I'm not saying that's happening, that it would happen, and I'm sure that if we started talking more about this, then the Chinese mission would clarify what the policy is. But I want us to be much more comfortable thinking and talking about these things, right? So we need to assess that sort of risk and say, okay, how do we judge it? And we need to be a bit frank and maybe a little bit rude about this. And given the signals we've got from China and its stance on the Ukraine war, that's a reasonable fear to have, is what I would argue, right? But let's have that discussion. So let's have the discussion about conflict. And it's not just military, right? It's at a lower level too, a regulatory level. So think about data trade. China, the US, and Europe have quite different preferences about how to deal with data. That's a conflict. It's a non-military conflict. It's a conflict about something that touches the everyday life of citizens. It may just be that we end up thinking, okay, these different blocs just simply have irreconcilable preferences. Well, in that case, more trade for the sake of it isn't necessarily our top goal in that case. Last week, I heard Jens Stoltenberg say, freedom's more important than free trade. I think everyone agrees with that. I mean, I'd like us to think about freedom enhancing trade. I mean, that's where we want to remain open and global, but it has to be freedom enhancing.
Final comment. Final, because it's an important clarification. I mean, our customers produce chips, and our customers do not put chips into missiles. Just as an important clarification, just as Varta doesn't put batteries into missiles. And I think this is also, as long as you can buy, I mean, chips are a commodity product. You can buy them in the open market. You need to think about what is it that you can control and what is it that you can't control. And that is also something where indeed the responsibility for the Chinese government and other governments across the globe matters so much, which is why multilateral fora like Wassenaar, like WTO matter so much, because this is where you can have discussions about this. What is desirable and what is ethical? And that's why the erosion of multilateral fora is such a worrying development in this context.
Thank you. That's half day of conference. We had very rich discussions. I would like to thank you, everyone who has participated. I want to thank all the panelists. As Pavel said, this is only the start of a project for us. There's plenty of things we want to work on with all of you. And I can't resist actually, because one of the things that you said to end with, Martin, was we need to start to think differently, including about conflict. And I think we all agree about that. And I think this is really part of this shock we are in also. We're seeing the big changes we have to think about. And I wanted to end then with putting up a quote that we had in some discussions earlier here at the EPC. And it reads as follows: right now, there are changes, the likes of which we have not seen for 100 years. And we are the ones driving these changes together. And one could think that this was a quote, maybe from February 1945, Yalta, so Roosevelt, Churchill, Stalin, that are talking about this new world and the new changes they're driving. Or one can hope that as Europeans, this was from the European Council. I don't know, Scholz speaking to Macron and saying, you know, we're in charge, guys. Or when they have the EU-US summit with Biden and they're all very happy. Or even we could say, well, this is a quote from the COP28 and we deal with climate change. But sadly, it's not. And apologies to the Chinese mission, but I thought it is an interesting one for us as Europeans to reflect on. This is what Xi Jinping said to Putin when he was standing on the steps of the Kremlin, 9 months ago, shaking Putin's hand. Right now, there are changes, the likes of which we have not seen for 100 years. And I think in many respects, we can agree with that. And we are the ones driving these changes together. Xi Jinping to Putin. Of course, this is about hard security also, but I think it's part of this perspective on the world we're in, which also economic security is very much part of. Thank you very much, everyone. I'm sorry if that's well, a bit dramatic way of ending this day, but I can promise you there will be plenty more discussions. Thank you, everyone. Drinks are waiting. Yeah.